Nominees were targeted Tuesday night with violent threats, prompting a swift law enforcement response. Here's Fox's Peter Ducey.
This is a potential national security problem, so we have reached out to the National Security Council at the White House to find out what they are tracking. We have also been in touch with some officials down with the transition team at Mar-a-Lago. They are not willing to go any further at this time than this statement. Last night and this morning, several of President Trump's cabinet nominees and administration appointees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. These attacks ranged from bomb threats to swatting. In response, law enforcement and other authorities acted quickly to ensure the safety of those who were targeted.
The source of the threats is unknown. The president-elect nominating retired General Keith Kellogg as a special envoy for Ukraine and Russia. Donald Trump saying Kellogg was right with him from the beginning. Fighting is halted as Israel and Lebanon agree to a 60-day ceasefire. It was brokered by the U.S. and France. Fox's Alex Hogan has details from Tel Aviv, Israel.
It's been a remarkable day of calm after what had been 14 months of war. And what we are seeing take place now, the Lebanese army is moving further south. They will create a buffer along the border that will essentially separate Hezbollah from Israel even further. Hezbollah's forces will need to move further north, and Israeli forces will withdraw from Lebanon in phases over the next 60 days. Those who are involved in these negotiations say what is crucial here is implementation to make sure that Hezbollah does not bolster its forces to try to strike again.
Israel's prime minister emphasizes the importance of monitoring and following the agreement. He says if Hezbollah breaks it, we will attack. America's listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors. Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The yellow light! God, I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Good afternoon, Seattle. Welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. I am not Jason Rantz. I am Josh Hammer, the host of the Josh Hammer Show, which you can hear right here on KTTH every Saturday and Sunday. But for now, as I have been the past couple of days, I'm in the saddle filling in for the great Jason Rantz. Always grateful to Jason and the whole team at 770 KTTH for this opportunity to grace these wonderful airwaves. We're going to bring you into the Thanksgiving holiday. We got a jam-packed show for you, as always, folks. Without further ado, let's go ahead and find out what's trending.
What's trending? International.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans. So we discussed on yesterday's show the formation, it was not quite yet finalized, of this ceasefire deal in the Levant, in the Eastern Mediterranean, between Israel and Hezbollah as it pertains to southern Lebanon. There has been a little bit more in the way of clarity that we have gotten over the past 24 hours or so. Some more of these details have started to come to light. So just to kind of zoom out and refresh and make sure we're all on the same page here. The war in Gaza has really gotten the attention. The war in Gaza is a war that Hamas started on October 7th, 2023. You know, it's funny when no one talks about the fact that there was a ceasefire in place on the morning of October 7th, on October 6th, 2023. It's funny how the ceasefire now crowd never talks about that, do that? But in any event, the war in Gaza starts, by definition, immediately after the most brutal massacre of the Jewish people since the Holocaust, the horrific atrocities of October 7, 2023. I do not feel a particular need to belabor the extraordinarily morbid details of what happened there on that day. I have seen it for myself. I was over there in January at the beginning of this year. I went to some of these kibbutzim, these tiny villages on the border with Gaza that were just decimated, and these are sights and images that I will never be able to unsee. I guess I will just leave it at that. But the global attention has really been primarily there on Gaza ever since October 7th. But what we forget is that literally the day after October 7th, like not symbolically, literally the day after October 7th, on October 8th, 2023, Hezbollah started raining down mass numbers of rockets, missiles, drones, and so forth from Lebanon as well. Hezbollah is a slightly different type of terrorist organization than Hamas. Hamas is basically the junior varsity team compared to Hezbollah. Hamas is somewhat of a ragtag group, which incidentally is why the fact that they were able to breach that very secure border and do what they did on October 7th is all the more curious, because this is somewhat of a ragtag group of jihadists. Hamas is a Sunni Islamist organization, and it is essentially the Palestinian Arab offshoot of the broader Muslim Brotherhood, which is originally Egyptian, but is funded largely these days by Qatar and Turkey. It is the home of Al Jazeera and various forms of very, very jihad-friendly, shall we say, types of Sunni Islamism. So that's Hamas, and they receive funding from all sorts of foreign actors, again, Qatar, Turkey, but also Iran. Hezbollah is different. It's actually Shiite. They are not Sunni. They are based in Lebanon. And Hezbollah, as it has existed really in the aftermath of the Iranian regime taking power after the revolution in Iran in 1979, Hezbollah is a direct Iranian proxy organization. They are not indirectly funded by various actors, including Iran. Hezbollah is Iran. Period, full stop, end of story. It's technically run by different individuals, including Hassan Nasrallah, who is now rotting somewhere in hell, but he was the leader of Hezbollah for over 3 decades. But make no mistake about it, when it comes to Hezbollah, it is Iran that is pulling the strings. They are the ones in charge there. And for the longest time possible, what happened was Iran would leave Hezbollah in place and fund them and subsidize them and arm them, essentially as an insurance policy against Israel. The Iran-Hezbollah relationship was essentially just a permanent, everlasting sword of Damocles hanging over Israel's head, such that it was a deterrent to essentially try to dissuade them from ever taking serious action against Iran and against the Iranian nuclear program and against the Iranian regime more broadly, the mullahs, ultimately the Ayatollah, the so-called supreme leader himself. The idea is that you can't touch us, Israel, because if you do, you're about to get a bunch of rockets rained down on you from Lebanon. Now, there have been multiple wars that Israel has fought with Hezbollah over the decades. There was the first Lebanon war in the early 1980s. Then there was the second Lebanon war of 2006. The second Lebanon war of 2006 was largely considered to be a military and strategic failure for Israel. Ultimately, the IDF, the military, essentially retreated with their tail between their legs. And there was an enforcement mechanism put into place from our moral superiors at the United Nations, from the UN Security Council. This was UN Security Council Resolution 1701. And what it essentially did was it mandated that Hezbollah retreat north of the Litani River, which is a river in southern Lebanon that is maybe 15, 20 miles or so north of the Israeli-Lebanese border. So it forced Hezbollah to retreat north of the border, and in exchange for that, Israel, their troops would then go back to Israel, and ostensibly the peacekeeping forces of the United Nations, what is known as UNIFIL, that is the acronym there, not UNRWA, but a different UN acronym. ostensibly UNIFIL would basically keep the peace. Well, as you can probably guess, that's not exactly what happened. UNIFIL did not keep the peace. Hezbollah was able to build up and build up and build up south of the Litani River all the way into southern Lebanon. They were able to acquire a genuinely staggering arsenal of upwards of 150,000 rockets, drones, missiles, and so forth, many of them being precision-guided missiles. We're talking here orders of magnitude more sophisticated than anything that Hamas has ever had. When Hamas is firing these little rockets and mortars, I'm not pretending they aren't deadly. They absolutely can be deadly. But it just pales in comparison to the sort of weaponry that Hezbollah has because, again, Hezbollah is just a direct Iranian proxy. It's just a fundamentally different type of organization. Hezbollah, incidentally, has a ton of American blood on its hands. This is a very, very important point to make. In fact, there is probably no jihadist organization on the world stage, with the exception, I suppose, of Al-Qaeda itself, given 9/11. But holding Al-Qaeda aside, there is probably not another jihadist organization on the world stage that has more American blood on its hands than Hezbollah. This is due to the Beirut barracks bombings in 1983 in Lebanon, which killed 240-plus U.S. Marines. There was the bombing at the embassy in Beirut that same year, and various other terrorist attacks that Hezbollah has committed over the years. So the fear in Israel after October 7th was what to do about the threat of a two-front war with both Hamas and Hezbollah. And because of that, and because the Biden administration quickly became a foe of Israel, despite its weak protestations to the contrary, what Israel did was they essentially evacuated 60 to 70,000 people from the north of their country, people who are directly in the way of rockets and drones and missiles, people who are running back and forth to their bomb shelters multiple times a day. Sadly, over a year later, that largely remains the case today. I know this from firsthand experience. So I was born and raised here in America. I am as American as they come. My wife, who is American, she was raised here. Her family moved here when she was 4, but she was born in Israel, and a lot of her family is over there. And in October, about a month and a half ago, where we had a series of Jewish holidays. You know, the Jewish calendar is pretty funny. We stack a lot of holidays at the beginning of our liturgical year. So she had some family members, my wife's family, visiting us for basically a month. And among them was her 12-and-a-half, 13-year-old cousin, who, as his bar mitzvah gift, was brought here to the U.S. It was actually his first time ever leaving his home country. It was his first time ever leaving Israel. And he was crying hysterically when it came time to come home. It broke my heart, actually, to see this. And you have to understand why he was so upset. He was so upset because the kid has been doing school from Zoom from home for a year now because of the constant nonstop rockets from the north. They live in Kiryat Ata, which is a town in northern Israel, not terribly far from Haifa, the northern major city there. So he's been doing Zoom for over a year. He's not seeing his friends, he's not socializing, anything like that. And more generally speaking, he's having to run to a bomb shelter upwards of, on a bad day, 12 times a day. I mean, that's horrible. That is objectively horrible. Again, to say nothing of the 60 to 70,000 who still have not been able to return to their home. So the Biden administration was terrified of allowing Israel to pursue this two-front war. And at some point, I guess at some point, Israel just finally said, you know what, enough is enough. Maybe Prime Minister Netanyahu started reading the political polls a little bit, and maybe he saw that Donald Trump looked like he was in good shape to win this election. This is around the middle of the summer, July, August. Netanyahu comes to the Congress to give his big speech to the Congress in late July. So it's right around then, after the Republican National Convention maybe, where Bibi starts to see that maybe Trump actually could win this thing. And it's around that time that he begins to really strike back at Hezbollah. And that brings us to late September, when he's speaking at the United Nations, that is Netanyahu, and it's around that time that they finally managed to take out Hassan Nasrallah, the decades-long leader of Hezbollah in Lebanon, with that massive bunker buster bomb there in the heart of Beirut. I mean, it was kind of like a Godfather Michael Corleone taking out the heads of the five families kind of situation. Netanyahu basically has a mic drop speech at the UN, and then within minutes calls for the assassination of one of his lifelong foes, Hassan Nasrallah. I mean, it was truly impressive stuff, to be honest with you. The turnaround from that UN speech to the Nasrallah assassination. Then there was the pager operation, where you saw thousands of Hezbollah terrorists had these exploding pagers, various other high-ranking Hezbollah officials taken out, and more generally speaking, the ground invasion that was finally launched in August to September, around then, they managed to clear out lots and lots and lots of weaponry from Lebanon. So as Netanyahu said, I believe was yesterday, as he accurately said, Hezbollah has been set back decades, essentially since Israel decided to flip the switch, to just turn the on switch. I mean, it was basically just a matter of will, a matter of will on the one hand, and a matter of the United States allowing them to have free reign on the other hand, and the Biden administration specifically above all. Nonetheless, because Joe Biden, even in these closing days, is just continually obsessed with hamstringing and undermining our allies around the world, of which Israel is clearly one, he is trying to bootleg, or to shoehorn, I should say, he's trying to shoehorn Israel into this ceasefire with Hezbollah. Let's go ahead and take a listen to Joe Biden explain what he thinks the goal for this Israel-Hezbollah ceasefire is.
Under the deal reached today, effective at 4 a.m. tomorrow local time, the fighting across the Lebanese-Israeli border will end. Will end. This is designed to be a permanent cessation of hostilities. What is left of Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations will not be allowed, I emphasize, will not be allowed to threaten the security of Israel again. Over the next 60 days, the Lebanese army and state security forces will deploy and take control of their own territory once again. Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure in southern Lebanon will not be allowed to be rebuilt. And over the next 60 days, Israel will gradually withdraw its remaining forces. And civilians on both sides will soon be able to safely return to their communities and begin to rebuild their homes, their schools, their farms, their businesses, and their very lives.
So Joe Biden says that he expects the ceasefire to last. Well, that didn't last very long. I mean, it was actually literally hours, within hours of the ceasefire agreement formally going into place this morning in Lebanon between Israel and Hezbollah. Is literally within hours that a vehicle carrying several people, including, we believe, Hezbollah militants, entered a small town called Kfar Kileh in the Israeli north near the Lebanon border. The defense minister, Israel Katz, instructed the army, the IDF, to act aggressively and uncompromisingly against such phenomena and arrest anyone identified with Hezbollah who enters the no-go areas. So suffice to say, this didn't last very long. And why would it? I mean, this is one of the reasons to be skeptical all along of a ceasefire agreement with a freaking terrorist organization. I was a huge fan of the old show on Fox, the Jack Bauer show, 24, with Kiefer Sutherland. And I just had this vivid memory of David Palmer, the fictional president on that show. You know, the actor who subsequently did a lot of Allstate commercials and whatnot there. I had this vivid memory of fictional President David Palmer on 24, when one of the cardinal rules of his presidency was that you do not negotiate with terrorists. You know, at some point you would think that that the Western world would learn their lesson, and I guess the Democratic Party and the left in general has just never learned this lesson, right? I mean, what is the past year plus since October 7th, other than just one grand, elaborate series of negotiations with terrorists. Now, there are a few things going on here with the ceasefire. A lot of people on the right in Israel, security hawks, border hawks, are very upset, but Benjamin Netanyahu does support it. It's a difficult issue because you have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. As we discussed a little bit on yesterday's show, Ted Cruz released a lengthy statement yesterday, the stalwart senator from Texas, Ted Cruz, where he believes, based on what he's gleaned, that the reason that Israel agreed to this is essentially because Biden, Tony Blinken, Secretary of State, and the UN ambassador and all of them basically strong-armed Netanyahu because of a looming threat of not merely disarming Israel from U.S. weaponry, but of also threatening to, quote, facilitate a further, broader, binding international arms embargo through the United Nations. That's what Ted Cruz thinks he's onto. So there are some reasons why I think it's maybe not completely insane to do this deal, as long as you recognize that if Hezbollah breaches it, which, again, they literally already have, we saw it this morning, as long as you recognize that if they breach it, then Israel, of course, can defend itself. You know, I think my friend, my former colleague and fellow KTTH host, Ben Shapiro, I think he actually analyzed it quite well. Let's go ahead and take a listen to how Ben saw this.
The reason the ceasefire got signed is because Israel just wants to get beyond Biden. It is that simple. It is that simple. It's a 60-day ceasefire. There are 56 days until this schmuck leaves public office. That is not a coincidence. Israel is simply attempting to get beyond the Biden presidency. Basically, what Netanyahu is doing here is he is attempting to allow for the Trump administration to come in and remove the arms embargo that Biden has placed on Israeli soldiers. I happen to know from insiders on the ground over here that a significant number of Israeli troops have died due to lack of resources, thanks to the Biden administration slow walking basic things, like, for example, artillery rounds or bulldozers that are necessary to take out infrastructure in southern Lebanon. Okay, so Netanyahu is saying openly here that Biden has basically slow walked the aid, and we're getting past Biden.
So that strikes me as basically spot on. There's really nothing in there that I disagree with. I mean, when you look at the 60-day ceasefire timing, I mean, yeah, it's coincidentally quite similar to the 54 or 55 days, whatever it is now, until Joe Biden is finally, thank God, out of the White House and Donald Trump is marching back in to the Oval Office. And no, that's not a coincidence. Look, at this point, it's actually not just Israel, right? At this point, America's allies more generally around the world are just totally on pins and needles waiting to ride out the remainder of this lame duck catastrophic administration. This administration that is fundamentally dedicated to empowering America's enemies and undermining its allies. Really, foreign policy is actually not that complicated. People tend to overanalyze it and make it sound so much more sophisticated than it actually is. But it's really not that complicated. All you have to do is stand by your friends, where a friend is defined as a different country that shares or largely shares your own national interest in a given part of the world. So you stand by your friends, you empower your friends, and you weaken your enemies. Reward friends, punish enemies, basically. It's not that complicated. I'm not sure at what point the Democratic Party and leftist foreign policy started to overcomplicate things so much. But it really does not have to be this way. It just doesn't. You know, the final reason that I think some in Israel and perhaps some of their friends and allies around the world were maybe sympathetic to this ceasefire was that, as it has been said a lot, and we're going to bring on my friend Gabe Groisman in hour 3 of the program tonight to get his thoughts on this very question, but it delinks the conflict in Lebanon and Gaza. You see, when Hezbollah got involved on October 8th, the day after the Hamas massacre, they were deliberately trying to keep going in order to force Israel to stop the war in Gaza. But now, if there's a ceasefire in the north, but there's no ceasefire in Gaza, do you see what I'm getting at here? Now they're not predicated upon one another. So if anything now, while there's a ceasefire for the time being against Hezbollah, and we'll see if that changes when Trump gets into power. But for now, Israel really has free reign to go after Hamas in Gaza, probably even more so than it did a couple days ago. So that is, if nothing else, a serious silver lining here. Ultimately, when Donald Trump gets into power come January 20th, and it cannot come soon enough, he's going to have to restore that commonsensical foreign policy that I was just describing here, a foreign policy that is predicated upon rewarding your friends and punishing your enemies. The head of the snake in the region is the Iranian regime. They are the source, the wellspring of all of this evil. Yeah, really all of it. Unless and until we recover that understanding and, most importantly, implement policies and act according to that understanding, unless and until that happens, nothing's going to change. The good news, folks, is that Donald Trump, above all else, actually understands that.
So this new dose is, well, nope, that's not it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions. Cool. Let me check to see if these are the lowest cost options covered by your Medicare plan.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
This is someone supporting you every step of the way. Chat with a pharmacist today to find help saving. This is the human kind of help. Walgreens.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Jason Rantz here for Alpine Specialty Services, reminding you that if you mention my name when scheduling your carpet cleaning at alpineclean.com, you can get a 3-room special of ultra premium carpet cleaning for just $239.95. You've got friends and family coming over for Thanksgiving next week. Of course, Christmas and New Year's is coming up. Don't have people come over to look at those filthy carpets. They're judging you, especially because they know you can go to alpineclean.com and connect with an appointment for a carpet cleaning super truck to come to your home, eliminate the bacteria, germs, stains, and so much more. And by the way, did you know that they've got advanced steam cleaning technology that allows them to also clean your furniture? Yeah, people don't think about that, but you spill things on your couch all the time. This can get it clean again without compromising the integrity of the furniture. alpineclean.com. Check them out. Tell them Jason Rantz sent you. alpineclean.com.
Leather's first time ever massive overstock sale is going on now. Millions of dollars of quality furniture will be sold at near liquidation prices. Choose from new arrivals, floor models, discontinued, and scratch and dents. We've leased a separate showroom, formerly Bartell's Drugs. Over 20,000 square feet, hundreds of pieces in fabric, leather, and wood. Beautiful quality furniture sold cheap. This is a snooze you lose sale. So hurry into Leather's overstock sale in Issaquah, closed Mondays.
Traffic backups are inconvenient, but if your pipes are backing up at home, that's bad. There's only one cure for this pesky problem: the experts at Beacon Plumbing, Heating, Septic, and Mechanical. Trust them to clear your clogs. Stop freaking and call Beacon. 1-800-FREAKIN.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Calvin loves weightlifting. Maybe a little too much, because he tore his rotator cuff and his labrum.
From lifting weights, it just kind of gradually came about, and it got to the point where I couldn't sleep and couldn't lift anything.
And so he decided to try stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I'd had surgery on it once before, and the recovery time and just the pain, I really didn't want to do surgery again if there was another option out there.
So he took the plunge. And how does he feel now?
100%. I feel like an uninjured person again.
Really? Are you back lifting weights?
Yeah, back lifting weights, golfing, doing everything.
So you would recommend this to others then?
Oh, 100 times. I said, I'm beating Father Time one body part at a time.
I love a happy ending. So, if you're ready to take on Father Time too, then maybe you should consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Take AM 770 KTTH on the go with the KTTH smartphone app. Get Jason Rantz on demand.
We have laws that make it easy for criminals to get away with their crimes. Generally not a good thing and leads to what it is we're experiencing now.
Stream Dan Bongino live.
As conservatives, we become almost a product of our own knowledge base. We don't realize that a lot of people out there, they're not paying attention as much to politics.
Download the KTTH mobile app. Text app to 800-465-8770 for a link to download.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer once again filling in for Jason here on AM 770 KTTH Seattle. Always a pleasure to fill the airwaves here. As a reminder, folks, my own show, The Josh Hammer Show, can be heard right here on KTTH every weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. I'm also on X at Josh_Hammer. If you are on that most free speech-centric these days of social media platforms, thanks to Elon Musk, our soon-to-be Doge czar, I guess you would say. So we were just talking about what's happening overseas with this culmination of this ceasefire deal in Lebanon. That really seems to be the big story of the past 24 hours from what I can tell. But the other big story here is on the home front, where you've had a number of Trump cabinet picks targeted with various bomb threats, swatting, of course, where you falsely report a crime, the SWAT team gets there. It's a horrific tactic. Horrific. And this happened to a bunch of Trump cabinet picks. So Elise Stefanik, the New York congresswoman who is Donald Trump's incoming ambassador to the United Nations, she was informed of a bomb threat to her residence on Wednesday morning, this morning. You had Lee Zeldin, Trump's pick to lead the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. He posted, quote, a pipe bomb threat targeting me and my family at our home today was sent in with a pro-Palestinian themed message. That's because Lee Zeldin is Jewish. Brooke Rollins, who's Trump's choice for agriculture secretary, also posted about a threat against their home and family. Donald Trump's pick for labor secretary, Lori Chavez Dreamer from the neighboring state of Oregon. She put on social media that her home was targeted with a pipe bomb threat on Tuesday evening. You had Scott Turner, who's Trump's pick to lead HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development. He faced a similar threat. And last but not least, John Ratcliffe, Donald Trump's pick for CIA director, received a bomb threat to his home as well. You want to tell me that this is a coincidence? I mean, are the liberals even saying that? I mean, how can you possibly be dumb enough to think that this is anything other than being deliberately targeted? I mean, that is obviously what is going on here. In total, we believe, although some information is still trickling in, but up to nearly a dozen of Trump incoming officials who received these violent threats, these bomb threats, this swatting here. And the question then stands as to if this is collusive and coordinated, which it seems to me like it obviously is, as to what the heck are we going to do now? What are you going to do, Mr. President Joe Biden? What are you going to do, Madam Vice President Kamala Harris, when you're not sending sloshed up, quasi-drunken videos from your Hawaii hotel room? I don't know if y'all saw that video that's been making the rounds there. Kamala Harris looks to me like she needs someone to check in on her hotel minibar. But what are y'all going to do, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris? What are you going to do, Merrick Garland, when it comes to looking into this not okay, completely, entirely unacceptable targeting of incoming Trump cabinet officials? Well, my good friend and Article 3 Project colleague, Mike Davis, we actually just had him here on the Jason Rand Show a couple days ago when I was also filling in for Jason. Mike was on Newsmax earlier today. He's got some thoughts as to how this ought to play out. Go ahead and take a listen.
This is unacceptable. This is obviously a coordinated threats against these Trump cabinet picks and other members of Trump's incoming administration. This is unacceptable. And President Biden needs to step forward immediately and order a criminal probe immediately. His attorney general, his FBI director, his U.S. attorneys need to step forward immediately and aggressively so this does not happen again.
So that's obviously correct. And I will just add a little bit more of my own color to that as well. I think it's important to recontextualize where we are in the trajectory of the American Republic and where we are right now when it comes to hyperpartisanship. And let me take that out of the abstract and put that more into the concrete. What I mean to say is that what the Democrat lawfare complex has just put us through, and I guess technically is still putting us through until the cases in both New York City and Georgia finally die down, God willing, Alvin Bragg and Matthew Colangelo in New York City and Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade in Georgia, God willing, they will follow Jack Smith's lead and withdraw these cases. But after what we have just seen for the past 2 to 3 years now, unprecedented distortion, weaponization of the rule of law to target one's political enemies by any means necessary. After what this DOJ, this Biden-Harris, Merrick Garland DOJ has done, trying to bankrupt Donald Trump, trying to toss Donald Trump in jail, literally tossing numerous other top Trump allies in jail, people like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro. I mean, you want to talk about the grandmothers that are being prosecuted under the FACE Act for praying outside abortion clinics, the parents who are being compared to domestic terrorists by this Attorney General, Merrick Garland. That was back in October 2021. They were compared to domestic terrorists for having the chutzpah, having the temerity to speak up against critical race theory and gender ideology indoctrination at their local school board meetings. In this present circumstance, this DOJ has no excuse. Y'all just lost. Largely, not entirely, but at least partially, if not largely, on the lawfare issue. It is time now to get that investigation, what Mike just described, to look into this collusion. We can't have this. I mean, this is just not okay. Is this country a first world republic or not? Are we going to stop the targeting of political opponents through the rule of law and indeed actual violence? Are we going to stop that or not? There is nowhere good where this rabbit hole leads. This does not end in a good place. This ends with a crumbling republic, a constitution in tatters, and a people at the mercy of might makes right style totalitarianism. That is where this rabbit hole ultimately goes. So I'm just not having it. And at a bare minimum, at the barest of bare minimums, if the Biden-Harris-Garland DOJ does not start a prompt investigation into what went down today and yesterday, November 26th to November 27th, if they don't do it, then God willing, the Trump-Vance Bondi DOJ, Pam Bondi, God willing, they will do that come January 20th, 2025. More generally speaking, this administration is going to have a lot of work to do when it comes to restoring some sort of respect for the rule of law in this country, some sort of respect for law and order, some sort of notion that when you commit a crime, you're going to pay for it, that there's going to be accountability for negative actions. We've spoken a lot the past couple of days here on the Jason Rand Show. We've spoken a lot about the lawfare, and I'm not going to talk about it again right now, but I will say that another element to making respect for the rule of law great again. And this is an element that is bread and butter to Donald Trump's political persona, is, of course, the immigration issue. And we're looking forward to the third hour of the program this evening. We're going to bring on Mark Krikorian, the executive director of the Center for Immigration Studies, a stalwart on this issue. I definitely want Mark's thoughts when it comes to the nuts and bolts as to what needs to happen here when it comes to executive orders and legislation and what they can do to secure the border, to cut illegal immigration, all ultimately in the service of securing our nation state and our way of life. And as I just said, making respect for the rule of law great again. Man, wouldn't that be a thing? Something as bare bones as that. The small victories these days, sometimes that's what counts. But let me just, for now, elaborate on some of the things that I will be looking for when it comes to what the Trump White House can do basically right out of the gate when it comes to the immigration issue. I remember when Donald Trump was president the first time, whenever you spoke with people in and around the border security orbit, whether they were in government, whether they were in the Border Patrol, you would ask them what are the most important things that Donald Trump has done to secure our border and to stem the tide of illegal immigration. And basically, to a T, they actually would give you the same answer. I thought that was very interesting. And that answer was that the number one tool that was all but unanimously deemed to be most effective, most prophylactic when it comes to deterring illegal immigration, it was the Remain in Mexico policy. Remain in Mexico, which is basically just a formalization of international asylum law. So let me explain what I mean by that. So it is a principle of international asylum law that when you are seeking asylum, you only get possible asylum in what is referred to as the first safe third-party country. So if you're fleeing, let's just kind of try to envision here a map of Europe. So if you're fleeing Germany, you can't then just go to Italy because you like pizza and pasta to go claim asylum. No, in that particular case, assuming that there are safe countries around there, Poland, Belgium, whatever, Austria, then you can go to the first safe country. So it's the same thing here in our context. When you have predominantly people from the Northern Triangle, Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, to an extent places like Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, Nicaragua, you get asylum in the first safe third-party country. You don't get to just totally hopscotch Mexico. You can't just literally hop over Mexico and then show up at the Rio Grande, show up in Del Rio, Texas, Eagles Pass, El Paso. You can't just show up there and then say, I want asylum. That's not how it works. So Remain in Mexico is actually just a formalization of a well-known, ubiquitous principle of the international law of asylum. Lots of other things that the administration could obviously do on day one. One thing that I am very big on personally is biometric visas. You know, it's interesting. If you go back to the 9/11 Commission, which, as the eponymous title implies, was set up after the jihadist attacks on 9/11, the 9/11 Commission, in one of its most famous conclusions, said that people cannot commit terrorist attacks if they are not here in the first place. And you know, that strikes a lot of people as a weird conclusion. No, it's just so freaking obvious, isn't it? What's crazy is that something that obvious has to even be said. Yeah, obviously. The plurality, if not the majority, of the hijackers on 9/11 were actually here on overextended visas. If we had biometric entry-exit visa tracking in place, they never would have been in there in the first place. Never. And here we are 20 years after the 9/11 Commission, we still don't have universal entry-exit visas when it comes to biometric. You know, the majority of illegal immigration these days is actually through this, not necessarily through crossing the border. A border wall would be great, don't get me wrong. I support building the border wall, for sure. But you actually get more bang for your buck by putting in biometric entry-exit visas. so much more that we could do when it comes to an illegal immigration standpoint. You got to make sure that they're not just claiming false asylum by saying that they're economic migrants. That is a watering down, an illegal watering down of asylum law. You can't do that. You need a legitimate reason to claim asylum. Religious persecution, ethnic persecution, things like that. You can't just say I'm looking for a job. The Biden-Harris administration put into this thing called CBP-1, Customs and Border Protection 1, whereby an illegal alien can make an appointment to just show up between a port of entry and to have a hearing. That's garbage. Get rid of that day one. There's no shortage of things that this administration can do day one. I guess the only question that I have is, are we going to see it in something resembling a systematic fashion? I really, really, really hope so. It is imperative from both our national security perspective as well as just a general respect for the rule of law perspective that we get this stuff out of the gate day one. Not day 2 or day 3, day 1. Make it happen, guys. It's not a big ask, frankly.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money. Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
This Christmas, skip the toys and gift cards. Instead, give a chicken. Yep. A goat, a chicken, school supplies, and more. How? At the Light the World Giving Machine, it's a chance to help those in need, both locally and around the world. 100% of your donation goes to the item and charity you select with a simple push of a vending machine button. Visit the Light the World Giving Machine today at the Alderwood Mall near the Lego Store and the South Hill Mall near the Golden Corral. Go to givingmachinewa.org.
Ever wonder if playing word games is really helping to keep you sharp? Now you can find out with Thinky. The Thinky sensor measures your brain activity while you play Thinky games. It's like a step counter for your brain. After 90 days of consistent use, you could decrease your brain's age by nearly 4 years. Use the code KTTH770 and get a $50 discount on each Thinky sensor. Plus your first month free on each subscription and free shipping. It's the perfect holiday gift. Go to thinkysystem.com and get ready to train your brain.
Are you prepared for emergencies? Northwest Security and Sound ensures your home, business, and family are safe and prepared for anything, from natural disasters and political unrest to home invasions. Northwest Security and Sound's state-of-the-art security systems include video security, fire security, and emergency alerts. Stay one step ahead of any crisis with their 24/7 monitoring services. Protect your family, home, and business today. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com right now to schedule your free no-obligation assessment.
Harbor Freight knows tool people like to keep busy. But with our Black Friday sale coming up Thanksgiving weekend, you'll want to free up some time. We're talking deals like our 5,000-watt generators under $800, 17-foot ladders for $99.99, and 40% off Icon Pro socket sets. Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight. Valid until 12/2/24 while supplies last. Limitations apply.
How was your drive to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Unprecedented rebates on insulation means more money in your pocket. Dave Ross here for American Crawl Space and Pest Services. And through PSE, American Crawl Space and Pest Services gives out more rebates than any other company in this region. And with unprecedented insulation rebates, homeowners can now hire the best, Mark and the team at American Crawl, at a huge discount. Don't settle for an inexperienced company competing only on price. Hire the company I hired and who I trust. American Crawl, the team to call. Visit them online at AmericanCrawl.com. That's AmericanCrawl.com.
Leather's first time ever massive overstock sale is going on now. Millions of dollars of quality furniture will be sold at near liquidation prices. Choose from new arrivals, floor models, discontinued, and scratch and dents. We've leased a separate showroom, formerly Bartell's Drugs. Over 20,000 square feet, hundreds of pieces in fabric, leather, and wood. Beautiful quality furniture sold cheap. This is a snooze you lose sale. So hurry into Leather's overstock sale in Issaquah, closed Mondays.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the saddle for the great Jason Rantz, who's enjoying some much-deserved days off here as we lead up to the Thanksgiving holiday tomorrow. As a reminder, folks, my own show, The Josh Hammer Show, is here on KTTH every Saturday and Sunday for your listening pleasure. As we head into the bottom of the first hour of our program this evening, we were just talking about what the Donald Trump agenda has to be a day one from an immigration perspective above all. And, as I mentioned, I'm looking forward to getting the thoughts on that from the subject matter expert himself, Mark Corian of the Center for Immigration Studies. That coming up in hour 3 of the program. But I want to just briefly touch on how MAGA is becoming something of a cultural touchstone. Have y'all noticed this? I suspect that I'm not the only one who has noticed this. Once upon a time back in the day, Republican presidential candidates and Republican presidents were totally taboo third-rail topics. You couldn't get anywhere close to them. I mean, John McCain 2008, Mitt Romney 2012, are you kidding me? The notion that you could do anything to express solidarity, sympathy, or outright support for those individuals and still be taken seriously in good standing in polite society, it was ludicrous. You couldn't do it. And it's ironic, isn't it, that Donald Trump, who is the most politically incorrect of all of them, nonetheless is the guy who has started to turn the tables a little bit and has started, it seems to me at least, to have gotten more mainstream street cred, slightly more mainstream credibility from the powers that be. I'm not saying that the corporate media are fans of Donald Trump. That is definitely not what I am saying. I am saying is that Donald Trump and MAGA have become something of a cultural phenomenon. It's really been fascinating to see. I mean, I'm a big sports fan. The number of times that I've seen over the past couple months, I guess really since this football season started, the number of times I've seen someone at either the collegiate or professional level just dancing in the end zone, doing the Trump dance. I mean, I've seen it so many times. Actually, there was also UFC heavyweight champion John Jones who did the Trump dance with Donald Trump in attendance after his victory at UFC 309. Go ahead and take a listen.
Hey, what do you guys think about my version of the Donald Trump? Check it out. USA! USA! Let's go! That's what I like. I'm proud to be a great American champion. I'm proud to be a Christian American champion.
So that was at UFC 309. And look, UFC, Dana White, Joe Rogan, former MMA guy. I mean, yeah, you can say it's kind of like a MAGA bro-y culture in general. But still, my broader point is that this sort of stuff would have been verboten years ago. And it is nothing short of fascinating to me that Donald Trump, who typically says stuff that a normal Republican would not say, I guess would be a polite way of saying it, and that has somewhat paradoxically made him even more of a figure, of a cultural symbol. And one way in particular that we have seen this play out is with young voters. Actually, UFC is a good example of this because the typical demographic, the viewing demographic for UFC definitely skews on the younger side. And more generally speaking, when it comes to the 35 and under demographic in America, ages 18 to 35 years old, The exit polls for this past election were astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Kamala Harris, the one who last we saw was drunk off her rear end there in the Hawaii hotel room, it seems. Kamala Harris beat Donald Trump by 1 point. 1 point in the 35 and under demographic. You compare that to 2008, Barack Obama, are you kidding me? I mean, I was in college when Barack Obama became president the first time. I think I was like the only person in my fraternity at the time who actually voted for McCain-Palin. And let me tell you, it was not a particularly inspiring ticket, but you had to do it because it was the only one that wasn't crazy. I mean, the notion that we could be here a decade and a half after the 2008 election, the hope and change election, the Barack Obama, we're fundamentally going to transform America. The notion that we could be here and the kids, the youth these days, as they might say, the idea that the vanguard of America, the younger generations, could be politically mixed, totally toss-up 50-50, maybe even, depending on the particular election, lean Republican, lean Trump. I saw another poll the other day, I think it was a Morning Consult poll, that showed Donald Trump's favorability rating with people under the age of 35. He's plus 18. He's got 57-39 split, favorable to unfavorable. I mean, astonishing. And it kind of gets back to the overarching question, maybe above all, that I've had since the election, which is, where the heck does the Democratic Party go from here? I have no idea. I genuinely just don't know. The entire 2008 Barack Obama coalition is done. It's totally donezo. He got this intersectional coalition of aggrieved interests. He brought together blacks and Hispanics and young people and your overeducated PhDs and all that there. Well, with the exception of the overeducated PhDs, everyone is shifting rightwards. Everyone. Can Democrats afford to basically stick two middle fingers to their own base? Probably not. So, again, I just throw my hands up. I don't know where they go from here. What I do know is that I'm happy about the fact that I don't think they know where they go from here either.
The best defense is a good offense. So before the sewer backs up into your home and wreaks havoc, stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is there for you when you need them most. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
This is David at Northwest Safe. Don't wait until Black Friday for your new Liberty Safe. Our biggest sale of the year is all November long. Store-wide savings and special financing options make now the best time to buy. American-made Liberty 12-gun rifle safes are just $4.99 and no sales tax on gun safes. Shop early for the best selection and biggest savings. Call Northwest Safe, 888-404-SAFE, online at nwsafe.com.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. It feels like when people are in trouble, they know that the notices are going to get to them, and then they start getting to them and getting sent over and over and over again. It doesn't stop.
Once you start receiving IRS notices, there's a guarantee in there. They will not stop. They will continue to come to your mailbox, and you'll continue to feel really uneasy about opening that mailbox because there could be an IRS nastygram. And in time, they will get more and more aggressive. And when you finally receive a certified letter from the IRS, you're getting to the end of avoiding them.
And by then, it's not too late to contact you, but the truth is they should be starting immediately.
I understand why people procrastinate. We all do, especially when it comes to things that are painful. But in time, if you do not respond to that IRS notice or get help early on, you will eventually need help. And then it will be really a rat's nest and very expensive to get through.
I saw something I found unfortunately humorous because I know better, thanks to you, that some people think, I just won't file my tax return. That means the IRS can't get me. Oh, no, that's not what it means at all.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, okay, I don't file, so I'm good to go. The IRS isn't going to find me.
Yeah, I feel like if that were a loophole, they'd figure that one out pretty quickly.
Yeah, they have means to figure out who is not paying taxes.
Why go with someone who's local rather than someone who is in another state? Who cares?
Well, if I was the client, I would want to be local because then if something goes awry, I know where to go. I know what door to knock on. If there's someone from Colorado or California, are you going to take an air flight and get over there and knock on their door? I don't think so.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. Nunn Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. Nunn Better Tax Resolution.
Has your service advisor told you replacing your car's transmission would cost you $4,000, $5,000, $6,000? Need a second opinion? General Transmission Repair has your transmission repair needs covered. Call 206-878-5759 or generaltransmission.com.
You're home for Dan Bongino, 770 KTTH Seattle, 94.5 K233DT East Lake, 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
The next administration facing threats now. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. Nearly a dozen of President-elect Donald Trump's cabinet nominees and other appointees who've been selected for the upcoming administration have been targeted by threats. Fox's Jill Nato tells us more.
Sources tell Fox the nominee to be CIA Director John Ratcliffe, as well as Secretary of Defense nominee Pete Hegseth and others, have been threatened since Tuesday. Some got bomb threats. Others got swatted when someone calls law enforcement claiming there's a dangerous situation and a SWAT team swarms in. Local law enforcement officials visited the homes of several nominees. No one was hurt. Incoming border czar Tom Homan told Fox he's been through plenty of death threats, but the sheer number of recent threats got his attention.
I'll be honest with you, I have not taken it serious up to this point. Now that I know what's happened in the last 24 hours, I will take it a little more serious.
The FBI says it's investigating. In Washington, Jill Nato, Fox News.
Then, as President-elect Trump prepares for his return to the White House, he continues announcing picks for key government jobs. Fox's Brian Yanis reports from West Palm Beach, Florida.
President-elect Trump announcing 6 new administration picks, beginning with Kevin Hassett as his new director of the National Economic Council, that is in the White House. Jamison Greer as the U.S. Trade Representative. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, he is the director of the National Institutes of Health. You also have Jim O'Neill, Deputy Secretary of Health and Human Services, John Phelan as the U.S. Secretary of the Navy, and Vince Haley as Director of Policy and Speechwriting. Now, the more controversial pick here is Dr. Bhattacharya. He has said that COVID-19 lockdowns were the biggest public health mistake. He was a big critic of the NIH.
Well, the Trump transition team says they've agreed to a memorandum of understanding with the Biden administration, which allows both sides to formally begin the transition of power. America's listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only. Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The yellow light! God, I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Welcome to Hour 2 of the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the saddle for Jason. Been with you for the past couple days, and I'm with you again today. Are you sick of me yet? I sure hope not. I've got my own show, The Josh Hammer Show. You can hear it right here on AM 770 KTTH Seattle every Saturday and Sunday. I'm on X at Josh_Hammer as well. I'll be with you for the next couple hours here, taking us into the Thanksgiving holiday tomorrow. Without further ado, though, let's go ahead and find out what's trending.
What's trending? Big picture.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by Northwest Safe Company. So I did mention that tomorrow is Thanksgiving. And Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday. It really is my favorite holiday on the American civic calendar. It always has been. I think I intuited at a somewhat young age that Thanksgiving is about a lot more than just football and turkey. And don't get me wrong, I'm a big football fan. I'm a slightly less big turkey fan, to be totally honest with you. Some turkey is fine. Is one of those great debates, though, right? Is whether or not the turkey should be part of the Thanksgiving dinner because it's tradition, or whether or not we get rid of it because no one really likes turkey. I guess some people do, and no disrespect if you're a big turkey fan out there. I just know personally that there is never a situation in which I would prefer to eat turkey than to eat steak or meat of some sort. But I suppose your mileage may vary. But I think I intuited at a much younger age that this holiday is about so much more than football and sports. And I say that as someone who was growing up, steeped in football and sports and turkey and all that stuff. I mean, when I was a kid, I remember playing pickup football with all my childhood friends on Thanksgiving Day. For a while, we would do sons versus fathers. That was a local thing that we did in the Hudson River Valley in New York State, where I grew up. I remember going to the local sports field. It was really fun, honestly. Basically, we continued the father-son football game on Thanksgiving until the fathers got sick of losing because the sons had grown up so much. That probably happened around middle school, if memory serves. But what are we actually doing on Thanksgiving? And what I would like each and every one of you now listening to do is maybe to ask yourself whether you are doing anything on Thanksgiving Day to try to get into the meaning of this crucial and, I would argue, most quintessentially American of holidays. Generally speaking, you ought to try to, on a holiday, try to get yourself into the theme of the holiday. So, for instance, when it comes to Independence Day on July 4th, I think that you should actually take the Declaration of Independence, and actually read through it. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator, and so forth. You should do that on July 4th every year. Similarly, when it comes to the Thanksgiving holiday, you ought to think about what we actually are doing. Are you just sitting around and drinking yourself silly by mid-afternoon, watching the Detroit Lions and the Dallas Cowboys? Look, I'm not saying you shouldn't enjoy an adult beverage or two. I probably will tomorrow as well. I'm not saying you can't do that. I'm not saying that you shouldn't watch the Lions and the Cowboys. Personally, I grew up a big New York Giants fan, so I don't want to see the Cowboys win any more than you probably do. But you should try to think about what is actually happening out there. So the origins of the Thanksgiving holiday, as you probably know, go all the way back to 1621, when Sir William Bradford and his fellow pilgrims there on the Mayflower, they land in Plymouth Colony in Massachusetts. And what do? Well, immediately Bradford leads his fellow sailors from the Mayflower, and they prostrate themselves in reverence and deference towards God to express their gratitude that they are safe, that they have landed in the new world. They've made it. They're alive. And that really was the actual origins of what today we refer to as Thanksgiving. Wasn't quite put into the American civic calendar yet, but that really was the origin of it. Fascinatingly, and this actually really is quite fascinating, There was at least some reason to believe that what William Bradford was doing there had its roots in a somewhat obscure Jewish prayer called the Birkat HaGomel. There are a lot of less observant Jews who probably don't even know what Birkat HaGomel is. It is a community prayer of thanksgiving that we say when we have a minyan, a group of adult Jewish men, that we say among other occasions when one has actually successfully crossed the ocean. There are a few other occasions that you say Birkat HaGomel, for instance, when you are freed, God forbid, from prison. But probably the most frequent is when you have completed an overseas journey. I talk about this, shameless plug alert, in Chapter 4 of my forthcoming book, Israel and Civilization, The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. But there is some reason to believe, I'm not making this claim, but there's at least some reason to believe that what William Bradford and the original Pilgrims were doing there in Plymouth Colony had its origins in Birkat HaGomel. Many of the men there on the Mayflower, some of them actually spoke some Hebrew, many of them studied Hebrew. At this time, they were so disgusted with what they had just experienced in England when it comes to religious persecution that some of them were actually thinking of even making Hebrew their language, their lingua franca, although that didn't pass because not enough of them spoke it. But Bradford himself specifically, the leader of the Pilgrims, was actually a student who was heavily influenced by a 16th, 17th century Christian who studied the Hebrew scriptures by the name of Henry Ainsworth. And specifically, this man, Henry Ainsworth, was actually known, among other things, for articulating this Jewish prayer of thanksgiving, Birkat HaGomel. So Bradford, the Pilgrim, was familiar with that. So anyway, I digress slightly, but not entirely. So that was the origin of the first Thanksgiving. But eventually, Thanksgiving gets truly added to the American civic calendar in 1789. Well, what happened in 1789? Well, you know the answer to that question. The Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia is in 1787. Then you have the ratification debates, and they were pretty intense debates. The Federalist Papers, the Anti-Federalist Papers, Hamilton, Madison, Jay, all of them. So the Constitution finally gets ratified. And then in comes George Washington to be the first commander-in-chief in the spring of 1789. And it was barely 5 months after he was sworn in as the first ever president of the United States that he issued his famous Thanksgiving Proclamation. October 3rd, 1789, given in New York City, the nation's first capital. It is a brief proclamation, roughly 3 paragraphs. I will read to you the first 2 paragraphs here. I try to reread this every Thanksgiving, similar to how I try to reread the Declaration of Independence every July 4th. George Washington's Thanksgiving Proclamation, October 3rd, 1789, in New York City, begins, quote, "Whereas it is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly to implore his protection and favor. And whereas both houses of Congress have by their joint committee requested me to recommend to the people of the United States a day of public thanksgiving and prayer, to be observed by acknowledging with grateful hearts the many signal favors of Almighty God, especially by affording them an opportunity peaceably to establish a form of government for their safety and happiness. Now, therefore, I do recommend and sign Thursday, the 26th of November, next to be devoted by the people of these states to the service of that great and glorious being, who is the beneficent author of all that was, that is, or that will be, that we may then all unite in rendering unto him our sincere and humble thanks for his kind care and protection of the people of this country previous to their becoming a nation, for the signal and manifold mercies and the favorable interpositions of his providence, which we experienced in the course and conclusion of the late war, for the great degree of tranquility, union, and plenty, which we have since enjoyed, for the peaceable and rational manner in which we have been enabled to establish constitutions for government, for our safety and happiness, and particularly the national one, now lately instituted, for the civil and religious liberty with which we are blessed, and the means we have of acquiring and diffusing useful knowledge, and in general for all the great and various favors which he hath been pleased to confer upon us. So barely 5 months after he took the oath of office as the nation's first president, that is the proclamation that George Washington gave, formalizing what Sir William Bradford and the Pilgrims had done in Plymouth, Massachusetts, about 168 years prior, with some quick back-of-the-envelope math. And that is how Thanksgiving became a national holiday. You know, it's worth briefly noting that there are some strong similarities between how Washington and his fellow generation viewed themselves versus how the Pilgrims viewed themselves. The Pilgrims, as evidenced by what I explained with Birkat HaGomel and sailing across the ocean, they viewed themselves in many ways as being similar to the ancient Israelites. Well, so too did the founders, actually. So too did Washington's generation. In fact, Benjamin Franklin famously wanted the national seal of the United States to be Moses parting the Red Sea. No, really, you can actually Google it. Indeed, there were some founders themselves who spoke a little bit about possibly making Hebrew the national language for the same reason that Bradford and the Pilgrims had discussed it, because that is the founders' generation, the generation of George Washington, had just won a war against the English. So there were a lot of people who said, let's make a very clean break. If we actually view ourselves as similar to Moses leading the Israelites, let's just take the language too. Obviously, it didn't come to fruition. But there are a lot of similarities there. Gratitude is really the ideal that built this country. The notion that we have so much to be grateful for, to be blessed with. Gratitude, more generally, is the ideal upon which the Judeo-Christian tradition more generally is based, as well as specifically the Anglo-American conservative tradition. So again, as an observant Jew, as someone who does my best to follow the law of Moses, this notion of gratitude is actually built into everything I do every day. So for instance, every morning in our morning prayer, Psalm 100 is built into the morning prayer. Well, how does Psalm 100 begin? Well, in Hebrew, Mizmor Lahoda. What does that mean? It means a psalm of thanksgiving. A psalm of thanksgiving, shout to the Lord, all the earth, and then it ends, for the Lord is good, his kindness is forever, and until generation after generation is his faith. That is Psalm 100, Mizmor Lahoda. It is literally a psalm of thanksgiving built into our morning prayer. I say it every single morning. Similarly, the Amidah, which is maybe the central prayer of the entire Jewish liturgy, it's a series of, well, once upon a time it was 18, then there was 19th Addis, now it's 19 prayers. Well, one of those 19 is known as Modin. We say this 3 times a day, 4 times on the Sabbath, on Saturday. It begins, Modim Anachnu Lach. We give thanks to you. It is a prayer of thanksgiving. Again, we say it 3 times a day, every day, 4 times on the Sabbath. This notion that you have to be grateful to your family, your community, your nation state, and above all, to your God in the heavens above. this is America. I mean, this is as American as it gets. It is not an accident, and I elaborate on this a little bit in my weekly syndicated column, which comes out this Friday. It is not an accident that a country like America, that was founded essentially as an ecumenical, biblically based country. Obviously, we have no established religion. That's the Establishment Clause, the First Amendment. But it was based on ecumenical biblical values. There's really no historian who could ever dispute that. And it's no accident that our most defining national holiday, our most defining national day, the day that so encapsulates who we are as a people, our collective identity, it's no accident that that day is rooted in gratitude. The similar expression that Sir William Bradford did when he fell onto his knees when he arrived in Plymouth Colony, that George Washington was getting at there in his 1789 proclamation, that faithful, observant Jews and Christians say in their prayers every day. You know, as conservatives, we also should be particularly sympathetic to the notion of gratitude. Gratitude is the definitional ideal of what it means to be a conservative, is it not? Think back to Edmund Burke, the great 18th century British conservative statesman. Many people think of him as really the godfather of Anglo-American conservatism. Well, his most famous book, Reflections on the Revolution in France, which was written essentially within a year of George Washington's Thanksgiving proclamation, maybe a coincidence, maybe not. But Burke's Reflections on the Revolution in France was famous for him deeply, deeply criticizing the unmoored radicalism that he saw across the English Channel with the Jacobins, and they were overthrowing the monarchy. And the idea that Burke is getting at here in his extended diatribe is that beautiful customs, folkways, and norms are far more easily destroyed than they are built. Therefore, it is incumbent upon men everywhere to be grateful for their inherited familial, communitarian, national, and religious traditions. If there's one thing that we know that the French revolutionaries lacked, if there's one thing that we know that the wokerati today lack, BLM, Antifa, the other thugs burning down our streets, if there's one thing that we know that they lack, it is a sense of gratitude. So my advice to you as we get ready to go into the Thanksgiving holiday tomorrow is to at least spend a little bit of time thinking about this. Ponder it. Think about what you are grateful for. Yeah, it sounds like a little Hallmark cardy maybe, but no, it's actually a good idea. You actually should do it. I'm telling you that it's a good idea to do. Maybe tomorrow, think about whether or not you, as we typically all do, focus a little bit too much on what's wrong with the world and not what's good with the world. Heck, I work in media. No kidding. Our 24/7 news cycle is pretty negative. Maybe it's time to think a little bit more about the positive. As human beings also, we have a natural tendency to focus on the faults of others, on what other people, our family members, our neighbors, on what they do wrong. How about we try to focus actually on what they bring to the table, on their positive traits and what they do right? I'm not saying I'm perfect, by the way. I struggle with this just as much as you probably do. We're all human. It's natural. And how about we focus a little bit more on ourselves too? Yes, we can always strive to do better. Yes, we should always strive to do better. But don't beat yourself up too much. Recognize that there's a lot that you probably do well as well. Don't complain about that which you do not have. Try to focus on that which you do have. Basic stuff like that. I think that above all is really what we are called to do on this Thanksgiving holiday. It is the most quintessential of American holidays. In my opinion, it is even more quintessentially American than our own Independence Day, than July 4th, Flag Day, New Year's Day, whatever you want to call it. Because this is who Americans are. This is who we were as kids when we got up in kindergarten and elementary school and put our hand over our heart and said the Pledge of Allegiance. This is who we are today when we hear the national anthem play at a sporting event, at a concert, whatever, and we sing along to the song. We are here, and we are grateful. We are conservatives because we are grateful. We are Jews and Christians because we are grateful. We are grateful for all that we've been given. We are not here to dwell on that which we do not have. It's just so easy to get lost, guys. I do it all the time. To focus on what's tearing us apart, the negative, the mudslinging. Tomorrow, of all days, try to focus on the positive. I'm telling you, you're going to enjoy your holiday a heck of a lot more. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. We'll be right back.
And now here's Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial Services. Here's Brian Evans.
Today's topic is annuities and their liquidity, surrender charges, fees, and rider charges. Now, annuities are one of the 5 major asset classes. There's bonds, stock market equities, investment real estate, cash and cash equivalents, and then insurance company products such as annuities. Annuities do have fees. Sometimes they're borne internal to the product, and sometimes they're charged against your account. Variable annuities are sold by non-fiduciary advisors, and they have very high commissions that you will pay and high annual fees for investment fees, administrative fees, mortality expense, etc. Fiduciary advisors tend to offer fixed and fixed indexed annuities. Now, with fixed indexed annuities, most of them you won't see any charge to your account that's borne internal to the product. And they do have surrender charges, though, if you cash them in before their time period. Their time could be 3 years to 10 years generally. If you do that, then you would pay a surrender fee. Otherwise, you likely won't pay a fee for most of them unless you have a rider charge. So you might have a rider for healthcare benefits, or you might be paying a rider to have the option of lifetime cash flow should you decide to take that. Are they liquid? Well, generally I'd call them illiquid investments. However, most fixed and fixed index annuities allow for up to about a 10% free withdrawal every year without any fees whatsoever. So when it comes to annuities, make sure you understand any expenses that may be charged to you and what your liquidity features are for your particular annuity.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth Analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
Transform your living space into a cinematic paradise with a Northwest Security and Sound custom home theater. Enjoy movie nights like never before with stunning visuals and immersive sound rivaling the best cinemas. Perfect for entertaining friends and family. Their home automation solutions seamlessly integrate with the rest of your smart home. Don't settle for ordinary. Invest in extraordinary with Northwest Security and Sound. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation home theater dream analysis.
Make this holiday season extra special in the kitchen of your dreams while saving thousands. Hi, this is Chad Cicchini, owner of Heritage Homecraft. Our solid wood refacing system delivers a luxurious new kitchen way easier and less expensive than a tear-out. Heritage Homecraft's specialty is custom cabinet refacing and quartz countertops. Our own craftsmen will reface your existing cabinet boxes with 1/4-inch thick solid hardwood and add new custom-built solid hardwood doors. We can make design changes, add cabinets, install custom features, and top it off with a beautiful quartz countertop, all in about a week. Book now and we'll be able to schedule the installation of your new kitchen before the holidays, and you'll receive an additional 15% up to $3,000 off. Call today and schedule a free in-home consultation where we'll bring a showroom to you. Heritage Homecraft, 425-485-1600, 425-485-1600, or heritagehomecraft.com. That's heritagehomecraft.com.
Don't believe the lie that you have to fall apart at the normal rate. See what your options really are. Listen to Leading Edge Medicine. Every Saturday morning between 8 and 10, Dr. Jerry Mixon and Dr. Samira Umat answer your health questions live on the radio. You can choose how to age with help from Leading Edge Medicine. Saturday mornings from 8 to 10, right here on AM 770 KTTH.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The Armstrong and Getty Show.
It has become very clear to me that Trump people are more willing to let their Trump flag fly than they were pre-election.
Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m.
I can see how you would feel that way. Geez, we won over 50% of the vote. It was a landslide. Why am I hiding my hat and acting like I'm ashamed?
Support for Trump is also in large measure a rejection of, pick your favorite, the open borders, the rampant inflation and the wild spending, and the woke thing.
On AM 770 KTTH.
Olympia, Sammamish, Lakewood, Bellevue.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Bellingham, Kirkland, Z-Town.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
The Big Local is brought to you by Alpine Specialty Services. They're online at alpineclean.com. So we first go to nearby Snohomish County, where the county council has approved a 4% property tax hike. This is despite a number of people in opposition, as you would expect for any kind of property tax hike. Now, it's 4%, so it is a 4% tax hike. It is being phased in over the course of 2 years. So it's not like it's a 10 or 15% tax hike, but still 4% is not chump change either. I mean, that's definitely going to affect a heck of a lot of people there. The increase would only apply to Snohomish County's portion of property tax bills and could cost the average homeowner there about an extra $12 to $13 annually. But you still have a lot of mixed opinions there. I think it might be instructive if we go ahead and take a listen to what some of the local residents are saying about this 4% tax hike there. So first of all, let's go ahead and take a listen to a council member. This is Nate Nering. So this is a council member there on the Snohomish County Council. He says that the county should focus on reducing spending instead of raising taxes.
Received over 1,000 emails and hundreds of public commenters basically saying now is not the time to raise taxes. You need to look to tighten your belt before you do this. As government, we should be looking at cutting unnecessary spending before we go out and raise taxes. So a lot of families are having to do that during this time with inflation and the tax burden that currently exists, having to tighten their belts. And so I think the thought is, shouldn't government have to do the same?
Additionally, Councilmember Nate Nering also noted that the average property tax bill for families there in Snohomish County hovers around $5,000, which is clearly no joke, especially when it comes to these inflationary and less than optimal economic times. We have a couple of clips, though, from some residents who really come down on opposite sides of this particular debate. Let's go ahead and first take a listen to a resident by the name of Carl Watson. Carl says he's fine with a tax hike as long as the money is spent reasonably.
I'm not too much concerned myself with the property tax increase, as long as the money is going for a good thing. The schools, the city, police. We as citizens, we want these things, but these things just don't come by magic. They have to be paid for. And so if we want them, we got to pay for it.
So that's true, and it's also not true at the same time, right? I mean, it's also true what the council member Nate Nering said is that you can oftentimes pay for it simply by cutting elsewhere. You don't necessarily need to go out and raise taxes in order to get new revenue sources. You also could try to trim your belt a little bit there. True enough when it comes to police forces, Carl, but I'm not entirely sure that this is always the case when it comes to schools. And I say this, by the way, as someone who is the son of, my mother was a public school teacher for over 2 decades. My grandmother was a teacher. My great-grandmother, may her memory be a blessing, was a teacher. So I come from a lineage of teachers. And I'm not entirely sure, honestly, that when these property taxes go to help the schools, oftentimes, frankly, it's really just the union that is gobbling it up. So on the other side of the spectrum from Carl Watson, who we just heard from, let's go ahead and take a listen to another Snohomish County resident by the name of Richard Bell. Richard says that he does not support a property tax increase because things are already way too expensive.
It does hurt more because Social Security doesn't really go up and my other retirement doesn't go up, but taxes keep going up, prices keep going up.
Now, it is worth noting that initially this proposal was actually going to be an 8% property tax increase, which is pretty catastrophic, to be honest with you. That is a massive, massive hike there. But they lowered it to 4% after much discussion and public comment. So the 4% number actually was already factoring in a lot of pushback. Producer Jackson, what do you think about this one? You don't live in Snohomish County, do you?
No, I live south down here in King County, but yeah.
What do you make of it? Is a policy that you think would be worth supporting to our friends and listeners there in Snohomish County?
We were covering this story when they were still considering proposing a tax a couple weeks ago, and frankly, this seems kind of like a little bit of a middle finger to the voters because I believe up there they had a number of tax increases and levies that were on the ballot, and they all got rejected, some of them by like double digits, I think. So For the council to just go ahead and do it anyway seems like kind of an FU to everybody.
Yeah, fair enough. No, fair enough. And I think you heard a little bit actually of that attitude there from Richard Bell, a local resident there in that clip that we just heard at the end. Well, anyway, wishing all the best to our folks in Snohomish County. Hopefully they take this revenue and they actually put it to good use. I guess that really above all is what I'm skeptical of when I hear a situation like this. So we have a very interesting story from our friends over at King 5. Turns out that Washington State did swing to the right in the 2024 presidential election after all. So this is actually a shift from early ballot returns. Washington State appeared to actually buck the trend. Then 3 weeks later, that no longer appears to be the case. So more specifically, here is what was going on there. In the days immediately following the presidential election, the clear trend in America more generally was that voters were shifting to the right. That obviously was the case. Donald Trump won all 7 swing states. You know how that went down at this point there. But at least in the early going, it looked like Washington State was not one of them. The Washington State was actually one state that stayed quite blue and did not move rightwards at all. But we actually now have some data to indicate that is not the case. So we now have all the votes that have trickled in. And the margin of victory for Kamala Harris in 2024 actually was slightly smaller in Washington State than it was for Joe Biden in 2020. Now, don't get too excited. It's not exactly a massive difference. So in 2020, Donald Trump received 38.77% of the vote. In Washington State in 2024, that's 38.99%. So it is a 0.22% increase for Donald Trump and his performance over the course of 4 years. That's about as small as it gets, to be sure. But on the other side of the spectrum, Democrats at least lost support by a slightly broader margin. So in 2020, Joe Biden got 57.97% of Washingtonian support. And then in 2024, in the election just a few weeks ago, Kamala Harris got 57.2%. So again, not a massive difference. I'm not entirely sure that Washington State is going to be swinging to the right anytime soon. But at a bare minimum, it is indicative that Washington State is part of the broader national trend and is not just a total outlier. You know, thinking out loud here, I'm not entirely sure that there's a single state in the country, actually, that voted even more for Kamala Harris than they did for Joe Biden 4 years ago. I genuinely am not. It's a very interesting question there. I mean, maybe like the bluest of blue jurisdictions like a Vermont or a Washington, D.C. or something like that there, but probably not, honestly. So in any event, here's what Rob McKenna had to say about this. Of course, he's the former attorney general in Washington State and the Republican candidate for governor. He said, quote, "When partisan voters are unhappy with their party's choice, some of them choose not to vote or to switch their vote. Trump won the popular vote mostly because of the enthusiasm gap on the Democrat side. He's talking there about the national level, of course, and that's true actually. When you start to get into the polling crosstabs, you do see that a lot of the reason that this election went the way it did is because Democrats actually stayed home. Yes, Republican turnout was definitely better than it has been in recent elections, but Democratic turnout was catastrophically worse. In any event, Producer Jackson, you're the local, not me. I'm curious if this revised data kind of jibes with your anecdotal impressions there. I mean, did you get the sense that the state was shifting slightly, if ever so slightly, rightwards?
Not really, but I guess this is somewhat encouraging. I mean, if you're a Republican in Washington, you kind of have to take any victory you can get. So, I mean, a few weeks ago, it said we were like one of the only states that was shifted further left, which was kind of depressing. So this is sort of welcome news. And I mean, we did have a couple other small victories. I guess we had a ballot initiative in the state of Washington this year that basically bans the state from trying to ban any natural gas appliance. So there was a few small mercies in there, I suppose.
Yeah, an attempt to ban natural gas appliances. What could possibly go wrong? My God. I mean, some of the things that these leftists cook up, man. I mean, I guess cook up, pun somewhat intended there, speaking of natural gas appliances. But, boy, that is, I mean, what a total and complete disaster that would have been. Okay, our final story of our big local segment takes us to Bellevue, where a family has escaped unharmed as a tree split during a recent storm. So our story here involves Olga Romanivko. I apologize, Olga, if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly there. But it seems like that this was a miracle that occurred during the terrible storm that afflicted the Seattle area last week. So Olga and her 3 children, ages 8, 11, and 13, were inside their rented house in Bellevue when the winds really started to just pick up there. And let's go ahead and listen to Olga Romanivko. She first says it's a miracle that she and her kids are alive.
It's a miracle that we didn't get hit. Branches start hitting the windows, so I told the kids, let's get everything together, flashlights, candles. I'm not sure how we survived because it hit us right above us.
And she continued, that is, Olga Romanivko, talking about how she originally actually feared the very worst, namely that her son was dead.
Tanya was screaming, so I told her, don't panic, we need to get out of the house. And I couldn't hear my son, so I'm like, where are you? And no answer. So I thought he was killed or, stuck in the room. So he had to go out through the window, like barefoot, get some help. So neighbors came right away, get us out of the house.
And finally, in the same interview, Olga added, and this is going to take us back to what we were saying at the beginning of the hour in our conversation about Thanksgiving, frankly. How timely is this? Olga also added in this interview that she ultimately believes that the reason that she and her children were spared over the course of this terrible, terrible storm was nothing other than divine providence itself.
But right before that happened, I had that feeling. My kids, it's kind of getting unsafe, so let's pray. So we got together, we prayed, and I believe God protected us because the tree was huge and it fell right on the line when me, my daughter, and my son was. So thank God we're alive. Just keep praying, keep believing, and everything else will fall in the right place.
Keep praying, keep believing, and everything else will fall into the right place. Wow, how timely is that? I mean, that really could not possibly be timed any better for this Thanksgiving holiday. I mean, listen to Olga here. Listen to Olga Romanivko from Bellevue, Washington. This is really inspiring stuff. She has just had a tree that has come splitting her home. That has come splitting her home. She thought one of her children might, God forbid, have died. And is she here wailing before the cameras and the microphones saying, wow, I'm just like the most unlucky person in the world. I can't believe this happened. No. She's saying, keep praying, keep believing. What an inspiring message. I love this, actually. I mean, terrible story, to be clear. I'm not pretending like it's not a terrible story. It is. But I just love that on the eve of Thanksgiving. Man, we can all take some inspiration, frankly, from Olga Romanivko of Bellevue, Washington. Coming up next on the Jason Rantz Show, you pick the news. Story number 1, Alec Baldwin believes Americans are very uninformed about reality in his latest statement. Story number 2, after dinner fart walks offer surprising health benefits, a University of Washington expert says. That's story number 1 or 2. You text in story 1 or 2 to 1-800-465-8770. You pick the news on the Jason Rantz Show.
I spray and scrub, but the soap scum in my bathtub is still there.
I spray and scrub, but the burnt sauce on my stovetop sticks around.
Sprays can leave grime behind, but Mr. Clean Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser combines the scrubbing power of an eraser with the cleaning power of Dawn to melt away tough messes on contact.
Just wet, squeeze, and erase.
Stop spraying, start erasing, and clean with more magic than ever with Ultra Foamy Magic Eraser.
Mr. Clean, Mr. Clean.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar! La, 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 la.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Rather than wait until the new year where HVAC installation prices, because of regulatory changes, are going to go up 20, 30%, if you're in need of a new HVAC system installed in your home, you got to go with Alpine Specialty Services right this moment. Alpine installs the best American-made Mitsubishi HVAC systems, and they're a diamond dealer for Mitsubishi, which means all of their techs not just focused on customer service that's top-notch, but they've got up-to-date training, so they know how to install as experts. And you also benefit from getting extended warranties. Don't wait for the price hikes next year. And right now you can take advantage of up to $6,000 in rebates that the experts at Alpine Specialty Services can help you take advantage of. AlpineHVACPro.com is their website. Tell them Jason Rantz sent you. AlpineHVACPro.com. And don't worry if you're not looking for an upgrade or a new system entirely. What you can do is make sure that your current system is in tip-top shape. They do maintenance as well. AlpineHVACPro.com.
Roofing contractors, the path to success is just one step away. Join the Roofing Contractors Association of Washington and gain access to top-tier resources, certifications, and a network of industry experts who believe in working together. RCAW is your ladder to success, supporting your business every step of the way. Visit rcaw.com and become part of Washington's most trusted roofing community. Your business deserves the best. Join RCAW today at rcaw.com.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTTH 9 a.m. Sunday mornings. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in for Kenny's insights and The Gold Show this Sunday morning at 9 a.m.
Heading to the mountains and looking for snow toy rentals? Only 90 minutes from Seattle, The Last Resort in Ronald has snowmobiles, snow bikes, helmets, gloves, snowsuits, and gear. The Last Resort has one of the most modern and well-kept fleets of snowmobiles in Washington State. They're the only ones with electric snowmobiles. Start your snowmobile trip from their motel and RV park. They have easy access to a groomed trail system. For over 40 years, snowmobilers have made The Last Resort near Clay Elum their first stop. TheLastResort.us.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Download the new and improved KTTH app.
This is so easy.
Listen live, catch up on podcasts, and stay informed with the latest news and opinions from Jason Rantz, Dan Bongino, Ben Shapiro, and Guy Benson.
Anyone can read the news.
You can even drop us a voicemail to be played on air.
You need to speak up.
It's all on the new KTTH smartphone app. The Armstrong and Getty Show.
Wow, lifelong friendships or decades-long friendships? You're dead to me if you voted for Trump.
Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m.
The majority of America did. In New Jersey, he almost won. But we're insane Nazis? Really?
Way more black, Hispanic, and Asian people voted for Trump than ever have voted for Republicans in the past. What do you think that is?
They've internalized white supremacy.
Or
so the word
groceries are too expensive and the borders are open.
Ding! Crime is rampant.
On AM 770 KTTH. You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
Well, you picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show, and you want to talk about Alec Baldwin, although I have to say that I just love this other story as well, the after-dinner fart walk, so we'll see if we have time for that one there. But let's talk a little bit about Alec Baldwin. So Alec Baldwin thinks that Americans have a gross misunderstanding of many of the world's most pressing problems. The reason, you might ask? Well, apparently they're uneducated and led astray by the mainstream media. Well, that's actually interesting. That kind of almost makes you think that maybe he's onto something, actually. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this fuller quote. This is at the Torino Film Festival. It's in Turin, Italy, where Alec Baldwin is explaining that he thinks Americans are ignorant about all the important issues going on out there in the world.
Television news in the United States is a business. They have to make money. And again, not to go into great detail about that, but there's a hole, there's a vacuum. There is a gap, if you will, in information for Americans. Americans are very uninformed about reality, what's really going on. With climate change, Ukraine, Israel, you name it, all the biggest topics in the world, Americans have an appetite for a little bit of information.
And he actually, Alec Baldwin has a proposed solution to this problem. So he hates the news industry, apparently. What is his solution? Sounds a little self-serving if you ask me, but his proposed solution is the film industry. He went on, actually, in that same interview. Quote, that vacuum is filled by the film industry, not just the independent film industry, not just the documentary film industry, which are very important around the world, but by narrative films as well, where the filmmakers and the buyers, the studios and the networks and the streamers are willing to go that way. They're willing to try it. Yeah, sounds a little self-serving if you ask me. By the way, Alec Baldwin, remember that time that you killed someone? Yeah, that's right. That actually happened too. So not entirely clear to me what kind of moral authority Alec Baldwin has when he wants to get on his soapbox and try to lecture we the people about this or about anything else. Look, in the clip that you heard there, Baldwin kind of gives away the game a little bit where he starts talking about climate change. Americans are very uninformed about reality, he says. Climate change, Ukraine, Israel, climate change. Really, dude? Really? What exactly are we uninformed about? Are we uninformed, according to you, Alec Baldwin, about the alleged notion that fossil fuels are evil? About the alleged idea that we have to phase out of all hydrocarbons, of all oil and natural gas whatsoever? Is that what you are claiming is actually the issue here? This whole Alec Baldwin thing. I mean, he's saying that Americans basically are stupid. That's what he's saying. Alec Baldwin is telling you that you are stupid. And this more generally speaking gets into another theme that I've noticed ever since the election a few weeks ago. Namely that the folks on the left not only don't get it, but they are increasingly doubling and tripling down on their comical out-of-touch elitism. Have y'all noticed that? To me, it's clear as day. Now, one way that they could have responded to their schlacking on Tuesday, November 5th, one way that they could have responded to that was by trying to dump the toxic poison, by dumping the wokerati, dumping the transgender stuff, the open borders insanity, all that there. But no, they're actually doubling down that we the people are stupid. This is how you had Sunny Hostin on The View just 2 days after the election. I mean, she managed to get Alyssa Farah riled up. Imagine how how low you have to go to get that sellout Alyssa Farah on The View riled up. What Sunny Hostin said is that the reason that Kamala Harris lost the election, which was then 2 days prior, is all about, I guess, is exclusively about sexism and misogyny. I mean, that even got Alyssa Farah to like raise her eyebrows. Like, what did she say? It had nothing to do with Kamala Harris's positions on the issues, just sexism and misogyny. I was watching a clip on CNN. I think we actually discussed it on air yesterday of Scott Jennings, who is just a total hero there on CNN. He basically gets beat up every night, and he somehow continues to still look the winner, him against all these libs. And he was going toe-to-toe with Catherine Rampell, this Washington Post columnist and CNN contributor. And I think back to, I actually had an in-person event with Catherine Rampell in New York City back in April. I was conservative, she was a liberal, and then they had a libertarian, like a centrist guy, Michael Moynihan, who's very funny. And the three of us basically were there to offer our take on the various issues confronting the people in the election. And back then, Catherine Rampell and I got into a whole debate on trade. And I was actually doing something I don't normally do, which is actually commend some things that the Biden administration has done in this respect. Namely, they have kept a lot of the Trump tariffs on China in place, and they have actually not been wholly terrible when it comes to industrial policy. There was the CHIPS Act, which came to encouraging semiconductors here on the home front there. Catherine Rampell wasn't having it. She's a total neoliberal, laissez-faire fundamentalist. Free trade has never harmed a single being, et cetera, et cetera. And at some point, I basically decided YOLO, and I said something that I guess in theory I shouldn't have said, but in the moment just seemed too good. Was I basically looked at the audience and was like, do you want to know why we're out of touch here? It's because we're being lectured by a Washington Post columnist here in New York City about how free trade has never harmed anyone whatsoever, while Donald Trump is the man that he is in no small part due to his more nationalist populist stance on the trade issue. I mean, it was one of those eyes wide open moments. The elites have not learned anything since this election. Nothing. Not Catherine Rampell on CNN, not Alec Baldwin filming his stupid movie, whatever the heck he's filming overseas there, or the award, whatever he's doing there. Laura Ingraham years ago got in hot water when she said about LeBron James and his China sycophancy, shut up and dribble. I've actually always been a fan of that take by Laura. I happen to like it. I think there's actually a lot of wisdom in that. When it comes to Alec Baldwin, how about we just do the same thing there, dude? Shut up and act. Get off your soapbox. I don't want to hear it. No one wants to hear it, dude. Zip it. Done with it. Stop.
Jason Rantz here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn from None Better Tax Resolution. It feels like when people are in trouble, they know that the notices are going to get to them, and then they start getting to them and getting sent over and over again. It doesn't stop.
Once you start receiving IRS notices, they will not stop. They will continue to come to your mailbox, and in time they will get more and more aggressive. And when you finally receive a certified letter from the IRS, you know you're getting to the end of avoiding them.
And by then, it's not too late to contact you, but they should be starting immediately.
I understand why people procrastinate, but in time, if you do not respond to that IRS notice or get help early on, you will eventually need help. And then it will be really a rat's nest and very expensive to get through.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Are you prepared for emergencies? Northwest Security and Sound ensures your home, business, and family are safe and prepared for anything, from natural disasters and political unrest to home invasions. Northwest Security and Sound's state-of-the-art security systems include video security, fire security, and emergency alerts. Stay one step ahead of any crisis with their 24/7 monitoring services. Protect your family, home, and business today. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com right now to schedule your free no-obligation assessment.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
At aimyourdigital.com, we'll help you target the right audience, build your leads, and crush your quota. Take your business to the next level. Our digital marketing strategies help grow awareness of your product or service, all while building trust in your business. Our approach involves leveraging multiple tools and strategies to deliver exceptional results that are customized to your unique business needs. Don't wait to run out of sales leads. Keep your business growing. Get started with aimyourdigital.com today.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth.
Having some certainty about your plan is definitely going to give you all the advantages.
Chris has the heart of an educator.
A couple of different ways that you can develop a retirement income stream that is infallible. It's simply not subject to the risk and loss of the marketplace.
Tune in to The Money Professor with Chris Longworth. Saturdays at 10 a.m. and Sundays at noon on AM 770 KTTH.
This is Seattle's home for conservative thought. AM 770 KTTH. Streaming live on the KTTH smartphone app. Your home for Ben Shapiro. 770 KTTH Seattle. 94.5 K233DT East Lake. 94.5 K233BU Seattle.
Against nominees. I'm Deborah Valentine, Fox News. Several of President-elect Donald Trump's nominees, the target of death threats.
The Trump transition team saying, quote, last night and this morning, several of President Trump's cabinet nominees and administration appointees were targeted in violent, un-American threats to their lives and those who live with them. These attacks ranged from bomb threats to swatting. Sources telling Fox Digital that among those targeted are John Ratcliffe, Pete Hegseth, Elise Stefanik, Brooke Rollins, and Lee Zeldin. Zeldin saying of the threat, quote, a pipe bomb threat targeting me and my family at my home today was sent with a pro-Palestinian themed message. My family and I were not home at the time and are safe. The FBI says they are aware of these bomb threats and swatting incidents and are working to get to the bottom of it.
Fox Business's Hillary Vaughn at the White House. A temporary 60-day ceasefire underway between Israel and Hezbollah. Lead White House ceasefire negotiator Amos Hochstein on Fox's Your World with Neil Cavuto. He says ceasefires in the Middle East are fragile.
This ceasefire is not just a permanent ceasefire. It is a comprehensive ceasefire agreement that has a lot of complexity to it because it needed to guarantee the safety and security of Israeli residents to go back home.
Israel's conflict with Hezbollah reignited after the militant group attacked Israel on October 8th of last year. China's freed 3 imprisoned Americans. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson reports from Nantucket, Massachusetts.
Welcome news for 3 American citizens who will be home for the holidays this year after being detained for many years in China. The White House is not confirming a prisoner swap took place.
The White House announced the deal on the eve of Thanksgiving. We are pleased to announce the release of Mark Sweden, Kai Li, and John Leong from detention in the People's Republic of China. Both Republican senators from Texas thanked President Biden.
America's listening to Fox News.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick. Soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors. Use as directed. Vapo Stick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
The yellow light! I'm walking here! I'm walking!
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer in the seat for Jason. I've been with you over the past 2 days, and I'm with you again for the final hour today as we get into the Thanksgiving holiday, my favorite holiday of the American civic calendar. My own show, the Josh Hammer Show, by the way, is here every weekend on AM 770 KTTH, every Saturday and Sunday. Got a great hour planned for you as always, but before we go any further, let's go ahead and find out what's trending.
What's trending? Religion.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by Johnny Tsunami. So religion has been something of a leitmotif, actually, throughout this particular edition of the Jason Rantz Show. We spoke about it at great length in the last hour program about the Thanksgiving holiday. We even heard from Olga Romanivkov there in Bellevue about how her reaction to almost losing her home and, God forbid, her child was to thank God and to praise God there. Well, we have a series of interviews here lined up for you in the final hour of our program. The first of them is going to touch on a lot of these themes, actually. We're going to bring on my friend Spencer Clavin. Spencer works for the Claremont Institute. He is a brilliant young man. He's also the author of a new book that came out just about a month and a half ago or so. It's titled Light of the Mind, Light of the World, Illuminating Science Through Faith. This is Spencer's attempt to argue something that many have argued. I think it is a correct argument, namely that religion and science are not only not in tension with one another, properly understood, they actually deeply illuminate one another. Spencer is a guy who has studied many of these subjects for a very long time. He's a truly brilliant person. Excited to get into that here soon with Spencer Clavin. Then a couple of other interviews that we're going to bring to you later on in this final hour of today's Jason Rantz Show. We're next going to bring on my friend and fellow Floridian, Gabe Groisman. Gabe's the former mayor of Bal Harbor, Florida. He's the host of the popular podcast Standpoint with Gabe Groisman. He's something of an expert when it comes to U.S.-Israel relations and a lot of things pertaining to the Middle East more broadly. There's so much happening there in that part of the world when it comes to the ceasefire that we talked about in the first hour of the show this evening. We have the ICC witch hunt, which we spoke about earlier this week, the International Criminal Court with the arrest warrants on Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, the former defense minister. I wanted to get into all of that with Gabe Groisman a little bit later in our hour of the program here. And then to cap it all off, we're going to bring on Mark Krikorian. Mark is the executive director of the Center for Immigration Studies. He is a one-stop shop, a veritable BV of knowledge when it comes to the immigration issue, cracking down on illegal immigration, legal immigration, you name it. Mark's got all the answers. I want to bring him on to talk about executive orders, legislation, Congress, Trump administration. What does this look like right out of the gate come January 20th, 2025? We got a great hour lined up for you folks. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into my conversation with Spencer Clavin. We are joined today by the inimitable Spencer Clavin. Spencer Clavin is associate editor at the Claremont Institute. He is the host of The Young Heretics and also the author of the brand new book, now available everywhere books are sold, from Regnery Publishing, Light of the Mind, Light of the World, Illuminating Science Through Faith. Spencer, thank you so much for joining the Josh Hammer Show.
Josh, it's great to be here, and I'm glad to be inimitable in the age of AI. That's high praise. You know, you've really been protected against deep fakes, but this is really me, and I'm glad to be here.
Well, you know, perhaps as our 45th and perhaps 47th president says, you know, take me seriously, but perhaps not literally, as the case may be. But in any event, I do digress a little bit. So, Spencer, you have a very exciting new book out, which has really just been flying off bookshelves. So a hearty congratulations to you for the early success here. For the listeners who are not yet familiar with your work, which once again is titled Light of the Mind, Light of the World, Illuminating Science Through Faith, why don't we just start at a 35,000 foot altitude level view, and then we'll kind of get into some details. So what is basically going on here for those who have not had any exposure to it yet?
Thanks. Yeah, well, I'd start here. I grew up, and I think a lot of people currently reaching the age of maturity have grown up with a dominant atmosphere of assumption about science. And I say atmosphere of assumption because this isn't really an intellectual set of ideas that people hold so much as a narrative that kind of floated in the air all around us as we were going through middle school and high school. And the story goes something like, once upon a time, there was a backwards and repressive thing called the church and called religion. And it kept reason and truth in chains. And then there was a brave man, or maybe a few brave men, Galileo, Isaac Newton, and they burst out of those chains of faith. And then there was a war between science and religion, and science won. And the forces of reason are now demonstrating how all of reality, the whole world, can be understood in terms of matter in motion, physical, material stuff moving around, and the rules for how it works. And that set of ideas, that picture of the world, that story settled like a fog over the intellectual world of the West from, I would say, starting in the 18th century, but really getting going in the 19th and 20th centuries. And we're all sort of still living with it, the evidence of which I think was recently very clear during, for instance, the COVID years, when this idea of the science as a kind of machine for generating answers to all questions, including political ones, including moral ones, science as a source for all knowledge there is to know, that was really on display. And so I wrote this book to argue not just that this materialist idea of the world is bad or unhelpful for politics or depressing and conducive to despair, although I think it's all of those things, but actually to argue that it is scientifically out of date, that this narrative we were all led to sort of internalize in school is based on science that has been radically transformed, not to say exploded, over the last 100 years. And so the book tells the story first of how science emerged in antiquity and through the medieval era and then flourished in the scientific revolution, but also how we kind of fell into this habit of thinking about the world as a machine made of objects. And then finally, in the last third of the book, I make the case that the science upon which this assumption was based has now been radically changed, and that the world which science is currently describing, the way the world currently looks to science, actually looks a lot more like the kind of world that we find described in the book of Genesis. So there's sort of a mysterious way in which scientific discovery is reconverging now with religious truth. And I think it would pay enormous dividends if we could take stock of that and really internalize it, which is why I wrote the book.
Well, the listeners can't see me, but I'm literally grinning ear to ear over here for multiple reasons. One is the colorful way that you just described the capital N narrative trademark sign as this progression, as these sets of interweaving ideas are taught in school, was very much how I was taught when I went to public school K through 12 in New York State. I mean, this was 100% Galileo, Newton, the age of enlightenment. I mean, Spencer, it's right there in the term enlightenment. You have to be enlightened from something. Well, what are you being enlightened from? Well, you're being enlightened from the Catholic Church and the then nascent Protestant Church and just revealed religion in general. So there's so much to unpack there, but I must say that I immediately gravitate towards, and I guess it's cutting to the chase, but I do immediately gravitate towards the final portion of what you said, which is this overlap, this Venn diagram overlap of sorts between modern science and what we see in the book of Genesis, which we Jews are actually literally about to start reading this coming Shabbat. This week is actually the holiday of Simchat Torah, where we finish the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses in the Old Testament. So we're literally about to start reading the book of Genesis. So my mind immediately gravitates towards there. So maybe you could just unpack that a little bit for us, even though it's cutting ahead a little bit. I nonetheless kind of just want to go there.
No, I'd love to. And Simchat Torah is actually one of my favorite Jewish festivals, if I'm allowed as an outsider to have a favorite.
For sure.
I believe it's one that we Christians sort of share because it is the 50th day, which is Pentecost. And so there's sort of an overlap here in the Jewish and the Christian liturgical calendars. And I think that speaks more broadly to the fact that in this book, really the core religious insight that I want to draw out, which is a Genesis insight, is the idea of mankind in the image of God. And this, one of the things I like about this is if any idea can really claim to being a truly Judeo-Christian idea. In other words, an idea that both Jews and Christians can endorse and put at the center of their faith. And that was genuinely revolutionary. I mean, Rabbi Jonathan Sacks, I think, calls it one of the most revolutionary ideas, if not the most revolutionary idea in the history of thought. And it's wonderful that at this moment of kind of crisis in the West, this idea is so central. So first of all, I think we should note that the idea of mankind in the image of God is a necessary premise of the scientific revolution. And by that, I mean, in order to believe not just that our minds are evolved to deal with our immediate surroundings, that we should be able to understand, say, that water slakes thirst, that lions will kill you, right? That kind of stuff you can imagine a randomly generated happenstance mind being able to understand. But the human mind seems able to understand it and even expects to understand principles that run through the entire universe. In fact, this is the Newtonian revolution, is the discovery of laws that seem to hold good everywhere, up above the moon and down here on the earth. This is an astonishing discovery, and the revolutionaries were led to expect that they could make such discoveries because they believed that their minds were not just accidents, but blueprints for understanding a world that was imbued with rational order by a mind akin to or analogous to our own minds. So that's the first thing. Now, as we just said, there was kind of this moment where science became so powerful that it was possible to forget about this religious premise that always lingers in the background of it. But this part that you're asking about, the kind of conclusion of my argument, or the core of my argument, is essentially that principle of mankind in the image of God, placed in a universe designed to house him, and that he is made to understand. That's actually now coming back in full force to the center even of our physics with the quantum revolution, because the thing that has so stymied materialists about the quantum revolution is that even matter itself, even what we talk about when we do our most basic physical reasoning, like where is that particle? Is it over here or over there? Even those sorts of questions need an observing consciousness in order to be asked and answered. So the basic particles of matter are formed not actually without our input, not irrelevantly to us, not with no kind of human or cognitive dimension to them, like these blunt objects, but in this interaction or even this relationship between mind and matter. And the human mind is the only thing that we know of. Human consciousness is the only known force in the universe that's capable of bringing the possibilities of matter into reality. In other words, if a particle is outside of any observation, it's not really in any particular location until it's observed. And what I suggest in the book is that this is highly, highly analogous to the way that the book of Genesis describes the universe. Now, do I think that God gave the author of Genesis a preview of the Schrodinger wave function? No, I do not. But I think that the way that the quantum physicists of the early 20th century started to have to think about the world is the way that Genesis invites us to think about the world. There is no such thing as matter without mind. In fact, matter is spoken into being by mind, and it is potential, tohu vabohu, waste and formless void, until light and the observation of a mind, and importantly, the evaluation of it by a mind to call it good, brings it into more definite existence. And then man is placed in the garden to do the same, to give names to things, to give a shape and form to the world by observing it and by the very templates that our mind kind of automatically applies to our sense perceptions. It's heady stuff, but it's also core religious teaching. And that's what's so exciting about it to me. So I think that kind of story, which is a very different story from the story of bodies in motion, the story of particles whizzing endlessly through a void. Right. That's the story that we ought to be telling now.
Well, 100%. And I mean, to an extent, you and I are having something of a mind meld. So before we got started here, off microphone, as the case may be, I was just making some small talk with you about my own forthcoming book, and I'm not going to steer the conversation there, but I'll just make a brief point, which is my book that comes out in March, Israel and Civilization: The Fate of the Jewish Nation and the Destiny of the West. I actually do argue across multiple chapters that if you can distill the Jewish teaching, the biblical teaching, down to really just one axiom, and to even think about distilling it down is kind of a complicated thing. But it really does boil down to what you said, which is Genesis 1:27, which is B'Tselem Elohim in the Hebrew, Imago Dei in the perhaps better known Latinate. This notion that man and woman are made in the image of God. This really is the foundational teaching. And whether it's Leon Kass, whether it's the late, great Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks, or any number of other Protestant and Catholic intellectuals and theologians, this really is one of the great inheritances of the West more generally, if we can speak in such broad terms. So I'm so happy that you that you get right to the crux of that. When you look at this bizarre and at times grotesque emerging thirst for spirituality, I personally do see some possible cause for hope here and some light at the end of this tunnel. And God willing, Spencer, your book is going to do some great work to try to channel some of this reemerging energy towards its proper destination, namely the church and synagogue pews. That is where we ultimately want them to end up. So Spencer Klavan, once again, folks, is the associate editor for the Claremont Institute. He is the host of the Young Heretics show, and he is the author of the brand new book available everywhere books are sold, Light of the Mind, Light of the World, Illuminating Science Through Faith. Spencer, congratulations again on the fantastic book launch, and thank you so much for stopping by the Josh Hammer Show.
Thanks, Josh. It's been a true pleasure. Appreciate it.
You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer filling in for Jason. Back with more after this.
You can't escape a traffic jam. Know what else you can't escape? Seasonal allergies. And you might think you can avoid that coffee stain until... Oh, really? You can't escape a lot of things in life, but you can escape prediabetes. Prediabetes captures 1 in 3 adults. There are usually no signs of prediabetes. In fact, most people don't even know they have it. But with early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Take action by taking the 1-minute risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. You might not be able to escape having this song stuck in your head, but you can escape prediabetes. Go to doihaveprediabetes.org today. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Water damage from a leaky roof can be a nightmare. Valentine Roofing takes the stress out of a leaking roof. We'll keep you dry with Valentine Roofing's Leak Stop Guarantee. If your roof begins to leak, we'll stop it for free, keeping you dry until we can safely install your new roof. You can also take advantage of our priority scheduling to have your roof replaced within weeks of your signed contract. Reclaim your peace of mind with the company that was just voted best in the Pacific Northwest, Valentine Roofing. Call 206 Roofing.
Cougar basketball is back.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to go as far as they can in the game. They want to get their education. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Coach Riley and the Cougs are ready.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
We are Wazoo. It's only on your home for Cougar basketball.
Catch the Cougs all season long on AM 770 KTTH.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Leather's first time ever massive overstock sale is going on now. Millions of dollars of quality furniture will be sold at near liquidation prices. Choose from new arrivals, floor models, discontinued, and scratch and dents. We've leased a separate showroom, formerly Bartell's Drugs. Over 20,000 square feet, hundreds of pieces in fabric, leather, and wood. Beautiful quality furniture sold cheap. This is a snooze you lose sale. So hurry into Leather's overstock sale in Issaquah, closed Mondays.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. Picture amazing photography, designer staging, and maximum exposure. With my luxurious marketing, you'll sell fast at top dollar and save thousands in fees for just 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
Want to train your brain? Now there's a way to measure your brain activity while you play word games with Thinky. It's easy to use and totally safe. Based on 3 decades of research, Thinky will help you design a brain training regimen to help you stay sharp. It's the perfect gift for mom or dad. Use the code KTTH770 and get a $50 discount on each Thinky sensor. Plus, your first month free on each subscription and free shipping. Just go to thinkysystem.com. That's thinkIEsystem.com. With great reviews and friendly, smiling faces, General Transmission can repair your transmission for far less than a replacement. Need a second opinion? Trust General Transmission. Family owned and operated since 1988, GeneralTransmission.com.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, I got to thank you very much indeed for bringing these stories to our attention. When you tell people they're a target, they'll act like a target. They will either live in fear or they'll act out.
The more you allow, the farther the criminals will go. And that's why this behavior is allowed to continue.
That's exactly right.
Long form.
Delighted to be joined by my friend Gabe Groisman. Gabe is the host of the eponymous podcast, Standpoint with Gabe Groisman. He's also the former mayor of Bal Harbour, Florida, and just generally very active in Jewish circles and in Zionist circles, U.S.-Israel relations circles, also just a local friend of mine here in the South Florida area. So, Gabe, thanks so much for stopping by the program. Really do appreciate it. There's so much in the news on really all the issues that I just discussed. I definitely want to get into your take on the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. But before then, I did want to open up on a slightly more somber note. I know that I was just horrified at the news out of the United Arab Emirates this past weekend, where a Chabad rabbi who's based in Abu Dhabi, Rabbi Zvi Kogan, may his memory be a blessing and may his blood be avenged, was found senselessly and tragically murdered. The UAE has gone ahead and arrested 3 Uzbeki nationals. And Gabe, I kind of just wanted your take on this horrible tragedy, and then if we can maybe zoom out a little bit as well. The UAE was really the first country to make peace with Israel in the final year of the Trump administration during the Abraham Accords. How do you see the connection, if there is any, between how this murder is handled and the future of Israeli-Arab relations and the Abraham Accords more generally?
Yeah, so first, we can't skip over the personal loss that it is for the rabbi's family and more broadly for the Jewish community, starting in Abu Dhabi, then in the Chabad world, and then the Jewish community more broadly. I mean, this murder occurred in the middle of a year with the most anti-Semitism and anti-Semitic crimes globally that we've seen since the 1930s, and it really hits home to every Jew around the world. I think we're all shook all over the world equally, and it doesn't matter where in the world we are as Jews. It's something that's really affected us, and it's really because of that context. Beyond the gravity of the personal issue and personal impact, which is as bad as it can be for the family, broadly speaking, for the Jewish community, it comes at a really horrible time. With regards to the UAE, I don't think there's anybody that believes the UAE played any role implicitly or explicitly in the kidnapping and murder of the rabbi. I've heard no indication of that, and I would be blown away if it were the case. I think the opposite is likely true. It sounds like Iran was behind it, although now we're hearing the opposite. And, we'll hear the full story soon enough, I'm sure. But I don't think it'll impact the Abraham Accords and those sort of movements. I think this is it's pretty clear, just looking geopolitically, that this came from Iran, either directly or indirectly. And we have to remember that there are we all tend to look at disputes from a political nature, or philosophical or political, etc., theoretical. But for for most of our enemies, this is a religious war. And the religious war is not limited to the borders of the state of Israel. We're seeing it all over the world. We're seeing attacks in Amsterdam, in the United States, in Canada, and the worst of all of those was in Abu Dhabi with the murder of Rabbi Kogan.
Yeah, and no doubt about that. I mean, there's obviously no doubt as to whether, God forbid, the UAE government had any role. Of course, they did not, and everything that they've said since this murder has been exactly perfect. It's what they should be saying, and they're opening the investigations. Look, I mean, on a personal level, my now wife and I, shortly after we got engaged, we're in the UAE. We saw firsthand really the rise of the kosher restaurants and just the Jewish community in the Emirates there, and it's really a beautiful thing to behold. And that's kind of my personal connection to this horrible story, is that I saw this beauty firsthand, and I really hope that this doesn't in any way ultimately negatively affect so much progress that has been made ever since the Abraham Accords were signed in 2020. But Gabe, kind of transitioning then to some other topics in the region. So the huge news over the past 24 to 36 hours is the culmination of this 60-day ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hezbollah. When it comes to Lebanon, there are a lot of takes on this particular agreement. I gave my own take in the first hour of the program there. Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, has certainly been generally supportive of it. You have a number of other people in his coalition who have been more critical to an extent. I would love your take on the ceasefire agreement. Why do you think Israel agreed to this at this particular time?
Yeah, it seems like Israel agreed to it because of the pressure we got from the United States. And of course, all Israelis, right, left, and in the military and civilians are all relieved to have at least a little bit of a respite from the war in the north. But the reason why we're really getting a lot of contradicting viewpoints on it is because there is consensus, as close to consensus you can get in Israel, that people don't want to go back to pre-October 7th realities. And pre-October 7th, and then since October 7th, the reality has been that Hezbollah has been operating freely north of Israel, shooting rockets whenever they want, building tunnels whenever they want under Israeli towns. Israel, 70,000 people that have not returned home. They're living in hotels all over Israel for the last year. Since October 8th. So there's really a concern, like, is this a ceasefire where things are going to go back to how things were before, where we're just going to freeze and then pretend and be sort of stuck in this never-ending cycle of ceasefires? Remember, there was a ceasefire on October 7th with Hamas, right? And we know how that ended. So that's what people are really worried about. The flip side of it is Israel only really has one goal when it comes to their war in Lebanon with Hezbollah, which is to push them back behind the Litani River so they can actually create a defensible border and bring people back to their homes. That's it. There's no territorial dispute with them. There's nothing. It's difficult to achieve, but it's a simple goal. So if this allows Israel to actually achieve that goal eventually, it's a good thing. The other good thing is it separates Hezbollah from Hamas. A lot of people have been saying that, and it's true. I mean, Hezbollah has said over and over they're not going to reach any deal until there's a deal made with Hamas. That proved not to be the case anymore, maybe because the leaders that said those things are all now dead. So the realities have sort of changed. But it's a little bit of a wait and see what's next. Hezbollah, as of a couple hours ago, Josh, I don't know if you saw this, 4 Hezbollah fighters tried to cross the border into Israel just on day one of the ceasefire. So, we know we're not very hopeful that this thing's going to hold.
No, and no one should be hopeful. I mean, you're literally trying to take a terrorist organization at its word. A terrorist organization in Hezbollah, by the way, which has not just Israeli or Jewish blood on their hands, which they of course have, but so much American blood on their hands. There's arguably no terrorist organization in the history of radical Islamic terrorism that has more blood on their hands than Hezbollah, going back to the Beirut barracks bombings in 1983 and the bombing of the embassy that same year there. Hezbollah has been a menace for a very, 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 very long time now. Gabe, I'm curious what you make of the time duration of the ceasefire. So it's a 60-day ceasefire.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been pretty quick to recognize the fact that is a very similar number, I guess I shall say, until the number of days that Donald Trump is back in the White House. It seems to me like this is not a coincidence. I'm curious if you view it the same way.
Yeah, I think it's a political football for Democrats. I think that Amos Hochstein, who's the envoy for President Biden there, is worried about President Biden and probably nothing else, right? So if he can take Hezbollah off of Biden's mind for the duration of his tenure in the White House, then he did his job, which, in a way is, it sounds cynical, but it's likely the case, right? It's not, nothing happens by accident. A 60-day ceasefire is a strange length of time for a strange duration. But we'll see what happens. Look, I think the reality is, which is likely where this conversation is going, which is the reality is when you change the power structure in the United States to a strong, aggressive president with a strong foreign policy that people actually respect and fear, the dynamics going to change then. So I think Hezbollah also is agreeing to this because they know what's coming around the corner with President Trump, and that if he's moving military assets around the Mediterranean like Biden has, the difference is that Trump will use them. So if they can find a way to get out of this now before getting slammed by the United States, they're going to do it. And I think that the mainstream media is never going to give Trump the credit that he deserves. But just the fact that Trump is coming in less than 60 days is also one of the reasons why Hezbollah decided to take this deal.
Yeah, and that makes total sense to me. Thanks for outlining it like that. I totally agree with that analysis. Gabe, before I let you go, just one final question for you. I guess I would be remiss if I didn't get your take on the other Middle East Israel related news event over the past week, which is just this horrific issuing of arrest warrants from the Netherlands-based International Criminal Court, the criminal courts of the United Nations. They're putting out arrest warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, the former defense minister. We've talked about it on the show over the course of this week. Would love your take on that, but before I let you go.
Yeah, look, first and foremost, it's nonsensical, it's factually baseless, and it's legally baseless. And we can go through why pretty quickly, actually. The United States and Israel both are not signatories to the Rome Statutes, which means they're not members of the International Criminal Court, which, by the way, is self-selected. It's not a democratic body. They have their own rules and their own procedures that they do whatever they want with. Israel has its own legal system, a robust legal system that's independent and actually very far left-leaning. And this is meant to be a court of last resort when there is no such jurisdiction, no court that would actually adjudicate these kind of claims. And here there is. Factually, the claims that they're making, which are based on news reports from Hamas and their friends of using starvation as a method of war and intentionally targeting civilians. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt, beyond a reasonable doubt, to use the legal terms, that's just factually not true. But that's not really of interest to Karim Khan. He was the prosecutor there who was able to push this to get to where he wants it. But really, no one's going to arrest Netanyahu or Gallant. I don't care what they say. They won't travel to any country where there's a risk of that. The more important aspect to this, Josh, is that Western militaries are looking at what's happening, and they're understanding that they're in a bind right now, because this war in Israel is not going to be the last war that Islamist terrorists will launch against the West. But the next time when the United States or the UK or any European army or anyone else needs to fight back, they're going to know that the institutions around them will fight back with the level of legality and morality that the IDF has done. Unheard of, the steps that they've taken. It's unprecedented, it's unheard of, and it's something that probably won't be repeated in the future. And even taking all of those steps, they're being attacked and prosecuted or persecuted by the ICC, whether they end up getting arrested or not. I think there'll be reverberations on counter warfare, counterterrorism warfare, in studies in that region for many, many decades Western societies, and really it's a big win for terrorists all over the world.
And the only thing that I guess I would briefly add is that the ICC in the past has already been involved in investigating the United States for alleged military atrocities overseas, specifically when it comes to the U.S. military's treatment of detainees in Afghanistan. So the ICC has already been up in the United States' business, so to speak. So I think how the U.S. reacts to the ICC, what they're doing in Israel, I think will be very telling for all sides. Once again, folks, Gabe Groisman is the...
Josh, let me add one thing before you close. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's important to note that President Trump, in his first term, issued an executive order sanctioning it, the ICC for investigating the United States,
right,
which promptly made them stop their investigation. President Biden rescinded that executive order,
right,
which really was an implicit green light for the ICC to do what they were doing.
For sure. No, that's a very important reminder. Thank you very much for that. Folks, Gabe Groisman is the host of Standpoint with Gabe Groisman. You can subscribe wherever you get your podcast. You can follow him on X at Gabe Groisman. Gabe, wishing you and the whole family a very happy Thanksgiving holiday. Thanks so much for stopping by the program today. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer filling in for Jason. Back with more after this.
Donald Trump returns to the Oval Office.
The average voter who just swept Donald Trump into office by huge majorities.
He got the highest percentage for a Republican nationwide since Reagan in '84.
It's because those voters spend 90% of their time on practical realities of the economy in their checkbooks, in their kids' schools. Y'all in the media, you can't even see the world through the eyes of working Americans.
It's never been more important than now to listen to KTTH.
Cougs versus everybody.
Let's go. Lots of communication. Here we go. Set your mind right with the right intentions. Let's go get it.
WSU finishes regular season play at home this Saturday when they meet Wyoming. Kickoff is set for 3:30.
You go into any local restaurant, bar, whatever it is, you're going to see a Coug logo, and it means something to everybody here.
It's all on your home for Cougar football. The Washington State Sports Network from Learfield.
Catch the game this Saturday on AM 770 KTTH and the Seattle Sports app.
Heading to the mountains and looking for snow toy rentals? Only 90 minutes from Seattle, The Last Resort in Ronald has snowmobiles, snow bikes, helmets, gloves, snowsuits, and gear. The Last Resort has one of the most modern and well-kept fleets of snowmobiles in Washington State. They're the only ones with electric snowmobiles. Start your snowmobile trip from their motel and RV park. They have easy access to a groomed trail system. For over 40 years, snowmobilers have made The Last Resort near Clay Elum their first stop. TheLastResort.us.
The Pacific Northwest is the perfect backdrop for the holiday season. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law reminds us that the roadways don't always agree.
It's that combination of additional travel, changes in routine, and winter weather that make this the most dangerous time of the year to be behind the wheel.
Any safety tips to help commuters keep the holidays joyful?
The number one cause of accidents remains distracted driving, even during the holidays. So store that cell phone in a place that eliminates temptation. It's imperative we set the example for our teens. Also, be aware of abrupt changes in the weather and prepare for it. Sometimes it's as simple as allowing additional distance for following or stopping. Lastly, make sure your vehicle is properly maintained for winter.
That includes four-wheel drive and chains when required at the pass. Please follow these safety precautions from my good friends at Pendergast Law and keep you and your neighbors safe this holiday season.
Happy holidays from all of us at Pendergast Law.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
John Curley here for Longevity Medical Clinic. I have to tell you, I don't know where I would be in my life without Longevity Medical Clinic. I've been a patient for 15 years. It's so easy to get started. Schedule a free health analysis appointment online with LongevityMedicalClinic.com. During your visit, you're going to spend a full hour with your doctor to craft a comprehensive health plan tailored to your exact needs and lifestyle. I've been able to reduce my risk for serious disease like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. Longevity will help you plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. The approach is really simple. It's proactive. It focuses on prevention, going beyond the traditional model of just merely managing your symptoms and treating conditions as they arise. Let's face it, just because you're getting older, we're all getting older, it doesn't mean you have to fall apart. Get started with your free health analysis at Longevity Medical Clinic. That's LongevityMedicalClinic.com. Again, that's LongevityMedicalClinic.com.
Transform your living space into a cinematic paradise with a Northwest Security and Sound custom home theater.
Enjoy movie nights like never before with stunning visuals and immersive sound rivaling the best cinemas. Perfect for entertaining friends and family. Their home automation solutions seamlessly integrate with the rest of your smart home. Don't settle for ordinary. Invest in extraordinary with Northwest Security and Sound. Visit nwsecurityandsound.com to schedule your free, no-obligation home theater dream analysis.
Transform your home from top to bottom with State Roofing. Hi, it's Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. It's not just about a new roof, it's about a new look for your entire home. Deck out your backyard or give your exterior a facelift with our siding and window options. And there's no better time to start than now with our incredible offer. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 12 months. Why wait to make your dream home a reality? We do more than just roofs. Visit stateroofing.com. Let's talk about what's possible for your home.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Jason, it is always great to have you on the program.
Where are they going to move the homeless to?
People who impose these policies that lead to these outcomes, you are partly to blame, but the good news is you can fix this.
Jason, this is kind of the last trend you want to be right about, but it was obvious, it seemed.
The Quick Hit.
We're joined now by Mark Krikorian, one of my very favorite immigration subject matter experts out there in the conservative ecosphere. Mark is the executive director for the Center for Immigration Studies. You can follow him on X at Mark S. Krikorian. Mark, thank you so much for joining the program. You really are one of the go-to people for the wonkery of immigration policy. I think the Center for Immigration Studies in many ways was ahead of the curve when it comes to the broader shift towards immigration hawkishness that we have seen over the electorate and public polling over the past decade or so. So you guys really deserve a lot of credit as an entire institution, if I may say so as well. So I want to bring you on, Mark, to get your thoughts on basically day one. I mean, we're now less than 2 months away from Inauguration Day. Donald Trump is the first man, of course, since Grover Cleveland to have a second non-consecutive term. It's been a hot minute, so to speak. And for the second time, he's really won an election, above all on the immigration issue. I mean, it's not the only issue, but this really is the quintessential Trumpian issue there. So I kind of just will toss it to you. I would love your thoughts as to what he should prioritize specifically, especially from an executive order perspective, even absent Congress. What are the kind of things that he can do even absent Congress, day one, call it day 1 through day 30, so to speak?
Yeah, thanks. First of all, let me make clear, I've never been to Mar-a-Lago. I'm not, nobody's told me secret plans, but a lot of it's pretty obvious of what they're going to do. First thing is they're going to stop the 2 programs that this administration has concocted to let illegal aliens schedule their illegal immigration into the United States. And then they give them what's called parole, which is supposed to be this very narrow authority used in emergency cases. They've used it for more than 2 million people. So, and each month, 70,000, something like 70,000 people, additional illegal aliens are coming in, either at the land border or flying in straight to airports. So they're going to stop that immediately. They're going to, depending on what arrangements they've made with Mexico, they're going to restart Remain in Mexico, which is to say that if you're an illegal alien and you cross the border, we're kind of stuck with you. If you say you want asylum, what are we going to do? You're supposed to hold them in detention. There are now so many that it's hard to detain them all. So the first Trump administration came up with Remain in Mexico, where they stay on the other side of the line until their hearing date comes up. And since almost all of them are just using an asylum claim as a gimmick to be let go into the United States and go get a job, it reduces the incentive, the benefit of making these bogus asylum claims. Mexico has to agree to it, but the whole point of a lot of what we've heard about tariffs, threats, and all the rest of it is to make sure Mexico goes along. So they're going to try to restart that on day 1. And they're going to make clear that all of the people who were given this parole status, this sort of temporary, it's not even admission to the United States. It's like a temporary permission to be here. It's supposed to be for like medical emergencies. Literally, they've done it for 2 million plus people, that those either will all be canceled right away Although I think if they did that, it would lead to a lot of litigation and it's not worth it. Or what I think is likely is they're going to say, look, every one of these things, when they expire, they're going to expire. We're not renewing them, and make sure you get out before the clock runs out because we're going to be coming for you. Those are kind of the obvious things they're going to do. And then they're going to, it's obviously, if it's not day one, this is going to be, day 2 or 3 or 5 is, well, actually, this probably will be day 1. Will it declare a migration emergency, which will then will give the president the authority to use some DOD resources. And the point there is not the 82nd Airborne knocking on people's doors. It's logistics. It's, when Tom Homan, the incoming border czar, actually goes and gets a lot of these criminals that are deportable, but this administration has just not bothered deporting. He's got to put them somewhere until he gets, paperwork for them to return them to their home countries. And so that's one of the things the military is going to help with. And I mean, there's a whole list of other things, but the one other thing that's worth mentioning first is that a lot of countries don't take their own citizens back, or they slow walk it, because basically they say, look, these are criminals. We don't want them back. They're your problem now. There is an authority in the law that says the State Department can just stop issuing visas, new visas, in any country that isn't cooperating taking its people back. And the Trump administration, the first time, used that authority more than any previous administration. And I think on day 1, that may well be part of the various announcements that the president instructs DHS and State Department to determine which countries are what they call recalcitrant, and to immediately stop visa processing in those countries until they get with the program.
So all of that would be nothing short of transformative. I mean, what you just said there, that is a lot. I mean, everything from remain in Mexico, which based on all the conversations that I had with folks in the know from the first Trump administration, pretty much to a T, everyone said that really was the number one most effective, especially bang for your buck policy that was put in place as far as stopping illegal immigration into the United States. I'm curious what has to come through Congress. So we're talking here about executive order here, but Trump's also going to have a Republican Congress. I mean, he's going to have a fairly thin majority in the House, but it is a majority nonetheless. 53 Republican senators in the Senate. I mean, yes, that includes people like Lisa Murkowski and Susan Collins, but it's still a 53-47 technical majority for his party. Mark, what kind of legislation, on top of what we just spoke about from an executive order perspective, what kind of legislation should the new administration be looking at?
There's some basic holes they have to fill first. I mean, look, I run a think tank. We got a whole list of legislative changes, but the first thing you got to do is plug some of these ridiculous holes. For instance, there is a law passed in 2008 that says illegal aliens under 18 who come unaccompanied if they're not from Mexico or Canada, they have to enter into this system where they're handed over to Health and Human Services, which finds a sponsor for them. And, they may or may not end up having an immigration case, but it basically gives this special status, almost a kind of protection from deportation, to any illegal alien who says he's below 18 and claims to be unaccompanied and is not from Mexico or Canada, because we can just return them easy if they're from there. And so what this has done is create an enormous flow of so-called unaccompanied minors. A lot of them are 16, 17 years old. They're coming to work. I mean, that's working age in much of the world. But, just recently, the New York Post had a cover story. I wrote an op-ed about it in the Post on this toddler, this little girl in a pink jacket. If people who are online may have seen this, who was just there on her own, and she had a Post-it note with supposedly her parents' phone number on it. This is outrageous. It puts kids in danger, and it's this enormous gaping hole. The problem is it's written in statute. This is one of those things that in 2008, they stuck it into a larger immigration bill, and people figured, what could go wrong? Well, that's what went wrong. So that's one thing they need to fix, so that if you come from any other country in the world, Central America, but now they're coming from everywhere. You're getting minors. They can just be returned to their home country. They don't get this. They eliminate this special status. That's an important thing, because illegal immigrant parents who left their kids back home with grandma have been using this loophole as a way to have the federal government deliver their children at taxpayer expense to their own homes. In other words, they pay the smuggler to get them to the border, and you and I pay for them to go from the border to be delivered to their aunt or mom or dad or whoever. It's outrageous. That's first thing. Second loophole. There's something called the Flores settlement. It was a lawsuit. You've heard of this. And basically what it means is you can't detain children, even with their families together, for more than 20 days. And what it means is if you bring a kid with you, they release you too. It's totally preposterous. And it's the kind of thing that has to end. Even Obama administration tried to plug some of these loopholes. I could go on for 45 minutes on other changes, but it seems to me those are the two loopholes. And the third one I would add is to raise the bar for what is called a credible fear finding. And this sounds wonky, but what it is if you come across the border and say, I want asylum, there's an initial screening interview. It's not the full hearing. It's just basically to see whether you're getting messages from aliens through your dental work, that kind of thing. And if you pass that initial screening thing, you're in the system. Well, that initial screening standard has to be raised significantly. And the way you do that is in statute. It sort of depends on, what the adjectives are. More likely than not, significant chance, that kind of stuff. So those three loopholes right there would make a big difference. And it's the kind of thing that, I don't know, it seems like you might be able to get 7 Democrats to vote for. I don't know, maybe not in the Senate, but they're pretty obvious, targeted loophole fixes that don't transform the system, but would make controlling the border dramatically easier.
Yeah, so much of what you just said is just such common sense stuff, for lack of a better term. One other thing that I guess I'll toss into the mix here. I've always been infatuated by the notion of biometric visas. I can't believe that we don't have universal biometric visas here. Going back all the way to, literally going back 20 years to the 9/11 Commission. That was one of the very first things that they recommended when they looked at what went wrong and led to 9/11. Certainly you would like to think, as you just said, that some things like this could garner at least 5, maybe Democrat senators of the ones coming from purple or maybe light red states, things along those lines there. And
something like that doesn't even need legislation. You know what I mean? That's sort of an administrative thing.
Right.
Congress has now, I think I've counted 8 or 9 times, required an exit tracking requirement. Because even if you have biometric visas and you know who the people are that you let in other words, people who come in legally, how do you know whether they've left or not? If you don't know whether they've left, you don't know who's still here illegally. Well, Congress it was actually 96, it was before 9/11. They required the development of a system to track the departure of people as well as their arrival. The arrival thing we do a lot better. The departure we don't. And that's not a statute problem. That's a administrative and spending and development problem. And it still hasn't been fixed.
Folks, Mark Krikorian is the executive director of the Center for Immigration Studies. You can follow him on X at Mark S. Krikorian. Mark, you're a gentleman and a scholar. Happy Thanksgiving to you, sir. Thank you so much for stopping by today.
Likewise. Thanks for having me.
You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. Josh Hammer filling in for Jason. Back with more after this.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is David at Northwest Safe. Looking for a gun safe but don't want to wait until Black Friday? We got you covered. Because our Black Friday sale is all month long. We have truckloads of specially discounted Liberty safes at the lowest prices of the year. American-made 12-gun rifle safes, just $4.99. Shop early for the best selection. Every Liberty safe on sale, the best in-home delivery, and no sales tax on gun safes. Have questions? Call our expert staff at 888-404-SAFE, online at nwsafe.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on AM 770 KTTH, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture, and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3, right here on AM 770 KTTH, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
Leather's first time ever massive overstock sale is going on now. Millions of dollars of quality furniture will be sold at near liquidation prices. Choose from new arrivals, floor models, discontinued, and scratch and dents. We've leased a separate showroom, formerly Bartell's Drugs. Over 20,000 square feet, hundreds of pieces in fabric, leather, and wood. Beautiful quality furniture sold cheap. This is a snooze you lose sale. So hurry into Leather's overstock sale in Issaquah, closed Mondays.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Stop untangling the Christmas lights and ditch the dangers of hanging them up yourself. Go with Johnny Tsunami. They offer premium custom or pre-built Christmas lights for your home, handling the design, install, and takedown. Professionally done Christmas light displays on your home will make the entire neighborhood jealous, and it's stress-free. Light packages start at just $800. If you call or log on right now, you can save $100 on your holiday lights installations. Exclusions apply. Visit getjohnny.com or call 206-207-9411 for a free estimate. Getjohnny.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code RADIO for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code RADIO.
Your home for conservative thought. 770 KTTH Seattle. 94.5 K233DT East Lake. 94.5 K233BU Seattle. The following is a Learfield presentation of the Washington State Sports Network. A new era of Cougar basketball.
We put in so much work all of our lives for this exact moment.
These guys want to get better at basketball. They want to be around each other and build a real family.
Hustle hard.
These fans, this community, it's just special place. Pullman is unlike no other. Like, I've never seen anything like it.
Ball hard.
Step back, contested jumpers. Up, it's good. A buzzer beater.
No mercy.
Our first goal is to be the most cohesive team in the country.
Wave the wheat. Washington State basketball is on the air with the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show. Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Coming up, we'll hear from Cougar head coach David Riley. Get our keys to the game and check scores from around the nation. Let's go live courtside alongside 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo. Here's Derek Dice.
We are 30 minutes away from the championship game of the Acrisure Holiday Invitational as your Washington State Cougars will take on the Mustangs of Southern Methodist University. Craig, and your part of the country down there in Dallas.
Yeah, I grew up watching the Southwest Conference, and SMU and TCU were always at the bottom of that conference. So, but they have changed, and they actually got a new coach, and we're very familiar with him.
Yep, Andy Enfield, 5 NCAA tournament appearances during his tenure at USC. He also had a memorable Sweet 16 run with Florida Gulf Coast. He is now in his first year at the helm of the Mustangs. They are off to a 5-2 start. Interestingly, this is only the second meeting ever between these two schools on the basketball court. You might remember the last, though. It came 3 seasons ago in the second round of the NIT in Dallas. Michael Flowers had 22 points to lead the Cougs to a 75-63 win. The Mustangs, and F.A. Abagidi, 12 points, 8 rebounds, 3 blocks, but maybe more importantly, he had the number 1 play on SportsCenter that night for a gigantic dunk those were his trademarks.
Yeah, and it was so funny, Derek, because when we got to the game, Chaz got set up, and we were in the really small area of the court, and SMU's gym is not that big, but they cleared everybody out, except they let some of us stay, and then George W. and Laura Bush came walking in. I believe Laura is a graduate of SMU, so they sat right on the front row, and yes, that dunk Effie had George W. just rolling out of his chair, and I remember Michael Flowers having a big game, and I think we were behind most of that game, and we had to play catch-up, but then we did, and we got rolling in the NIT.
SMU was the number 1 seed, and then the Cougs went on to win another game after that against BYU before falling to Texas A&M.
Yes.
I believe that was in the semifinals of that tournament. All right, once again tonight, the Cougs will be playing without Cedric Coward. He continues to be out indefinitely with a left shoulder injury. Again, all we've been told is that they're waiting on a second opinion from another doctor and waiting for some imaging results as well. Cougs were able to win without their best player last night. It's going to be a more difficult task tonight against what we think is a better team at SMU.
Yeah, and first and foremost, I mean, the turnovers just jump out at you. And if you do 20 turnovers against a team like SMU, I think you're going to be in trouble more so than not. So, but the one good thing that we did do against that team yesterday, Fresno State, we played a little bit more energetic and maybe a little more athletic, but defended the rim. Indy had so many good blocks, and then, he changed a few shots, and he's the guy that kind of stepped up defensively, but you heard Coach Riley say that it was going to be by committee.
Yeah.
And, Nate's the first and the obvious choice of picking up the scoring slack from not having Cedrics out there, but it was a good win, team win across the board.
Cougs are actually number 18 in the nation with 5.9 blocks per game. They got a lot of guys that can do it. Andy Okafor, who you mentioned, had 3 last night. All right, Craig, let's talk about keys to the game. What do you think is key tonight here for the Cougs?
Well, I just mentioned the one that it was like, whoa, with me, just the turnovers. And, just bad turnovers. And I just think we have to value every possession, because when you start playing tougher opponents, you've got to make sure you get a shot on offense at each time. And the second key goes right along with the first key. And we heard David, our Coach Riley, talk about it at shoot-around today, pace of play. Mm-hmm. And we obviously are a fast-paced team. We average 87 points a game. And all of our 6 victories have been over 80. So you play with pace, but play with pace under control is what I heard Coach Riley say.
Yeah, we've had 40 turnovers now in the last 2 games. That is not a recipe for success, even though the Cougs have been able to go 2-0 in those 2 games. You talked about pace of play. So SMU averages 88 points. We average 87. SMU on the season shoots 49.0% from the field. We're 49.4%. They're a couple percentage points above us in 3-point shooting percentage, 38.5 to 35.1. We both shoot 73.9% from the free throw line. So these are 2 very similar teams. And you're right, Craig. I think then taking care of the basketball and earning extra possession is what's going to make a big difference in this one.
Yeah, when you look at the stats, what you just said, it's like mirror image of both teams. So the thing that I love, though, is Nate Calmese has really surprised me with the way he can finish at the rim. He's got the skip to the Maloos and the dipsy-doos and everything, and nice soft touch. But he gets knocked down a lot in there. And he's not a big athletic body, so he's got to be very careful of not taking a lot of hits.
22 points, 8 rebounds, and 6 assists for the Cougar point guard last night in that win over Fresno State. All right, let's take our first break here of the pregame show. When we return, we'll hear from assistant coach Blake Fernandez on the scout for SMU. This is Washington State basketball from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Not sure how much you know about Progressive Insurance. You may know us for insuring your home and auto. You may know a couple of our commercials. But what you may not know is that since 2013, Progressive has been honoring veterans with vehicle donations through the annual Keys to Progress Veteran Vehicle Giveaway Program, giving back to those who gave so much. Now, you probably didn't wake up today saying, I really wish I knew more about Progressive Insurance, but this seemed like the type of thing people wouldn't mind hearing about. Find out more about how we're dedicated to our customers and communities at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
This Cougar Moment is sponsored by Brown Family Vineyards. Brown Family honors the legacy of founder Andrew Brown's late grandfather, William Bittner Brown. Every decision made, from farm to glass, reflects their commitment to premium Northwest wine and spirits. Whether you're visiting one of Brown's tasting rooms or opening a bottle in your own home, Andrew and his wife Courtney welcome you to their extended family, where good friends, good food and wine, and good times are always on the agenda. Stop by one of our tasting rooms in Spokane, Walla Walla, Seattle, Bellevue, Tacoma, or Portland, and get 20% off a glass this season when you mention WSU.
Imagine waking up in a place where spectacular views change every day, where unforgettable memories are made every night, and where the journey is far more fun than your destination. Now stop imagining and go RVing. Coach Walden here for my friends at Valley RV Supercenter in Kent, the Northwest premier Jayco dealer, the affordable RV dealer and proud sponsor of Cougar football. So whether it's a family weekend on the coast, a winter in the desert, or a tailgate party in the Palouse, your journey begins at ValleyRVSupercenter.com.
All right, welcome back to the pregame show. We're joined now by assistant coach Blake Fernandez. And Blake, first of all, talk about the opportunity this game presents. You guys are trying to build a program here, and any championship is worth celebrating, right?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think the big thing, too, is kind of just getting used to playing these back-to-back games. You know, when we get into the conference tournament, we got to be able to, you know, execute quick turnarounds from game to game. And I think that's, you know, it's really important to kind of get this experience, you know, at any point in the season, just to, you know, get those back-to-backs, figure out kind of how it works, you know, be able to move on from one game to the next. So I think there's a lot of valuable pieces besides, you know, just winning a championship. Obviously, we want to win the game, but I think there's a lot of other things that, you know, we really value with these back-to-backs as well.
Yeah, and playing back-to-backs, do you have to watch guys minutes more, especially guys that played 30-plus maybe last night?
For sure. You know, obviously, we try to take it one game at a time, but, you know, right when the game was over yesterday, we wanted to try to get our guys recovered as fast as possible, wanted them to get to sleep, you know, right away this morning. They had treatment. We did some cryo stuff for them, and just, you know, a light shoot around. We want to just make sure that they're fresh for the game today. And so, you know, obviously as coaches, that's in the back of our head, but we try to really take it one game at a time. And then, you know, the players, same thing. They have to have a mindset of one game at a time. And so, you know, some of our guys might have played a lot yesterday, but, you know, we were really on them today about making sure that they recover. They feel good about today's game. The body feels good. So I think, you know, just, you know, the recovery of everything is really important for us.
Now, you and the staff got a chance to watch SMU yesterday. They played right before you guys here at Acrisure Arena. Talk about Boopy Miller a little bit. This is a guy started out at Wake Forest, and he's a pretty talented scorer, but also leads them in assists as well.
Yeah, you know, Boopy is really talented. You know, he kind of makes them go. He does a little bit of everything for them. You know, obviously he had the game winner yesterday. So, you know, just keying in on him. And then, you know, SMU as a whole, they're a great offensive rebounding team. They run in transition really well. We just got to make sure that, you know, we're taking care of our keys that we have defensively and offensively, executing our ball screen coverages correctly, especially when Miller has the ball. And just, you know, we know that when he goes, they go. So it's definitely a huge focal point for us.
They have a 7'2" center from Turkey in Samet Yigatolu, and anytime you got a 7'2" guy in the paint trying to block shots, it causes problems. So how do you plan to attack him on the offensive end?
Well, you know, so the good thing about us is we have bigs that can kind of stretch the floor, and I don't know, you know, how much he's gone against those kind of bigs. We think that if we can kind of draw him around off of the paint because of our shooting, it'll kind of open up the rest of our game. So, you know, I think just executing that piece of our plan, trying to get him away from the rim, force other guys to be rim protectors, will really help us in this game for sure.
Yeah, no doubt. Hey, Tomas Frosterson, Case Wina, I thought gave you guys good minutes. Maybe not necessarily in the scoring column, but they were active out there, rebounding, playing good D.
For sure, yeah. No, those guys definitely played really well yesterday. Like you said, it didn't really show in the scoring column, but the defense, the rebounding, cutting to the basket, they provided a huge spark for us that we really needed yesterday. And hopefully they can carry that momentum into today's game.
All right, Blake Fernandez here on the pregame show. We're back with more Washington State basketball right after this. Don't go away.
Hey, Coug fans! Can't decide what to do with your late-night weekends? Why not Cosmic Bowling? Every Friday and Saturday night from 9 p.m. to 2 a.m. is Cosmic Bowling at Zeppo's. At a price designed with everyone in mind, we are your destination for music, disco lights, and of course, bowling. Can't join us on the weekends? Zeppo's is the place to be for all ages every day of the week. With bowling, food, and drink specials, we offer prices that won't break the budget. You can even reserve your lane in advance with online reservations at Zeppos.com. When looking for fun in Pullman, look no further than Zeppo's.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 22 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive to grip every twist and every turn. Come rain, slick, sleet, or snow, leaves, mud, gravel, or sharp turns. Tackle the trails in the nimble RAV4. Drive steady in the all-hybrid Camry with all-wheel drive available on every trim. Or turn up the traction in the beefed-up Tundra with available four-wheel drive. Find those wheels at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Cougar Basketball is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
This great call in WSU history is presented by T-Mobile. October 20th, 2018. With College game day in attendance, Cougs quarterback Gardner Minshew threw for 323 yards and 4 touchdowns in a 34-20 win over 14th-ranked Oregon.
Snap back, Minshew tosses it center of the field, wants the end zone. Leaping crowd, touchdown, Des Patman, and the Palouse is going to pop. 3:40 left in the fourth. It's 33-20 Cougs, and it's Des Patman down the center of the field.
Head to T-Mobile.com for a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Time now to check scores from around college basketball with the Coors Light scoreboard. Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Washington State Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now let's go back to the U.S. Bank Network studios. Here's Luke Hallett.
Washington State and SMU locking horns for the second time ever as the Cougs look to pick up the championship in the Acrisure Holiday Invitational. A lot of college basketball action today. Let's get you caught up throughout the WCC as well as the top 25. One game in progress. LMU with a 14-point lead over Wyoming right now in the Cancun Challenge Championship. That's 40-26 at the break. LMU 2-3 on the season. One game already wrapped up involving not only a WCC team but a top 25 team. Third-ranked Gonzaga and West Virginia in overtime, and the Mountaineers getting a big defensive play in the extra period.
Here comes Nolan Hickman over midcourt. The ball stolen by Sincere Harris, going in all alone. Slam dunk with 27 seconds to go. Harris puts West Virginia up by 8, 84-76.
That's Tony Caridi from Learfield on the call. West Virginia knocks off Gonzaga in a stunner, 86-78. Gonzaga will take on Indiana in the consolation part of the Bad Boy Mowers Battle for Atlantis consolation bracket for Gonzaga and Indiana. West Virginia moving on to take on Louisville come tomorrow. A few other games in progress. Speaking of the Bad Boy Mowers Battle for Atlantis, Arizona leads 57-48 over Davidson under 16 timeout in the second frame. Wildcats are just 2-2 on the season. That's Arizona. Davidson, on the other hand, 4-0 this season. Michigan is a 38-21 lead on 22nd ranked Xavier in the Fort Myers Tip-Off Championship. Xavier 6-0, Michigan 5-1 so far this season. A few other games coming up later at 6:30, Michigan State and 12th ranked North Carolina, and at 7 o'clock, Rutgers 9th ranked Alabama, part of the Player Eras Festival in the Impact Tournament at MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. Washington State and SMU for the second time ever. We take a timeout. Derek Dice sits down next with the head coach David Riley. This is Cougar Basketball from Learfield.
RV buyers, it's a fact. Valley RV Supercenter is America's #1 volume Jayco store. And as their volume leader, Jayco keeps them supplied with all the models. Let's just say they have what you're looking for. Jayco Class A, B, and C motorhomes, fifth wheels, toy haulers, and travel trailers, including the best-selling trailer in the world since 2005, the Jayco J-Flight. And they all come with the best warranty in the industry. Go see them in Kent or visit ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
In business, just like sports, it's all about the team you assemble to get the job done. And for over 65 years, McVeigh Brothers has put an all-star team together of the best siding, window, and roofing installers in the business. So if you're in the market for an upgrade, remodel, or add on to your home, give the pros at McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows a call today. We'll come out and give you a free estimate. McVeigh Brothers Siding and Windows. We're always working for you.
Cougar Basketball is brought to you in part by Progressive Insurance. Looking for a career path with flexibility and great pay and benefits? Go to progressive.com/careers and apply online today.
The Clearwater River Casino and Lodge proudly supports Washington State University Athletics, the premier venue for events and entertainment, located 4 miles east of Lewiston, Idaho. Come hit the jackpot with us, with over 600 gaming machines, saltwater pool, restaurant, and giant screens in the Stadium Sports Bar. Owned and operated by the Nez Perce Tribe, our hospitality is legendary. Stay, play, and get away with the Clearwater River Casino. Go Cougs!
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. The combined expertise of our university and our award-winning hospital are being deployed to provide greater access to resources, education, employment opportunities, and innovations to improve health care and health outcomes for all of us. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Time to learn about the cold, hard facts for today's game with head coach David Riley. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Washington State Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Here again, Derek Dice.
All right, welcome back to the pregame show. We're getting you ready for your Washington State Cougars at 6-1 of the season, taking on the SMU Mustangs at 5-2. We're happy to be joined now by the head coach of the Cougs, and David Riley. And Coach, let's first talk about the win last night. You said several guys were going to have to step up in place of Cedric Coward, and you got it done.
Yeah, you know, we had a good game where a lot of guys, especially in the second half, were sharing the ball, moving it, and I thought we got some good rhythm out there.
Yeah, and you said it was actually Andy Okafor and Case Wynot who came in, and their energy early in the second half was what changed the game in your favor.
Absolutely. You know, it's awesome to see guys improve throughout the year, and Case and Indy have really made some steps the last few games, and I thought that they brought great energy. And then rewatching the film last night, we just had a bunch of great efforts from a lot of different people.
All right, SMU has a 7'2" center from Turkey in Samet Yigatolu. Thankfully, your bigs can step outside and shoot threes. So how important is it with the range of an Ethan Price and a Dane Erickstrip to be able to pull him out of the paint so you guys can operate your offense the way you want to do it?
I think it's huge. You know, we try not to fight fire with fire, and I think the versatility of Ethan and Dane can really give us that opportunity where they can go outside when they got a bigger guy on them. They can go inside. Defensively, they can battle. They're physical. They can bang with big fellas. So it'll be an interesting game. We're kind of we'll see which one of these teams' strengths can come through.
Yeah, no doubt. Nate Calmese, another 20-point game for you yesterday. Really stuffed the stat sheet. You want to see him cut down on the turnovers, but he does so many good things for your club, though. Absolutely. He's every game, every day after the game, we watch film together, and he's learning a ton, and he's just been a sponge all season for us. And you could see some of his ability shine through last night. I mean, he had one play in the first half where he took 3 dribbles on a made basket and got all the way down and got a layup for us in about 2 seconds. So, I mean, the kid's dynamic. He's been getting better and better, and I'm excited to coach him the rest of the year. And the other backcourt is Boopy Miller. Started at Wake Forest, played at Central Michigan. He scored in double figures every game for them this year. Hit the game winner last night against Cal Baptist. What kind of player is he? He's a great college point guard.
Like he's done a great job at his different stops so far in his career. Had a game winner last night. When I say point guard, he means he can do everything that the team needs. He can guard, he can get to the paint and make assists, he can score it, he can shoot it. And so he'll be a great challenge for us, and we're going to have to mix some things up and give him different looks all night.
Just looking at team stats, I mean, it seems like they play at a similar pace. Shooting percentages are very similar. What's going to be the difference in your estimation to who comes out on top here tonight?
It's physicality. It's going to be a physical game. When you look at SMU's wins and losses, I feel like Butler and Mississippi State did a good job being more physical with them. SMU is a top 25 offensive rebounding team. They're one of the best shot blocking teams in the country, and so it's just going to be a matter of us being able to fight and have that physical mindset.
And then finally, Coach Riley, just how important would it be to head back, with a tournament championship here by winning tonight?
I think it's great. It's a huge opportunity for us. We've done a good job so far this preseason of accepting every challenge, and this is a great challenge to play on the second day in a row against a really high-level ACC team, and we're excited to come in and hopefully compete for a championship.
All right, best of luck against the Mustangs.
Go Cougs.
All right, back with more of the pregame show right after this. This is Washington State basketball from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Toyotathon is on. Our biggest event of the year is better than ever. With our biggest and best selection, including the best-selling Toyota Camry. It's all hybrid all the time. Now through December 2nd, you can lease a Camry LE from just $339 a month for 39 months with $29.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS, tax, title, and license extra. A dealer doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Cougar basketball is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? They're yours. And Progressive protects them both. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
Cougar Nation, Flight 509, Spokane's newest family entertainment center, invites you to visit them this fall. Located in the Spokane Valley, the 22,000 square foot facility features a laser tag arena, ropes course, arcade, spin zone bumper cars, an epic Ninja Warrior course, mini bowling, and a VR Omni Arena. Now that's a lot of fun. Book your next birthday party or event at flight509.com and mention Go Cougs for 10% off your jet engine passport.
It's game time on the Washington State Sports Network from Learfield. Cougar basketball is brought to you in part by Coors Light, proud partner of Washington State Athletics. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is a proud supporter of Cougar athletics. Together, there's nothing as powerful as the power of us. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. And by SeatGeek, official ticket marketplace of Washington State Athletics. Now, let's go live courtside alongside 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo. Here again, Derek Dice.
All right, we are back here live in Palm Desert, California. Championship game of the Acrisure Holiday Invitational. The Cougs, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're in the white jerseys and shorts once again tonight with the crimson lettering and numbers. We don't have the starting 5 in yet for SMU, but we can tell you who is starting. Oh, it just clicked up on our live scoring app here, so we will tell you for SMU, it'll be B.J. Edwards averaging 10.7 points, 4.4 rebounds per game. And joining him in the backcourt is their leading scorer, Boopy Miller, 17.1 points and 6 assists per game. In the forward spots, Johan Traore out of France, 9.9 points, 5 rebounds per game. And Matt Cross at 8 points and 6.7 rebounds per game. And the big fella, 7'2", Samet Yigatolu at center, averaging 10.6 points and 5.4 rebounds per game. Same starting five as last night for the Cougs with Cedric Coward out. Nate Calmise, leading scorer at 17.9 points per game. He'll be joined by Isaiah Watts, making his second consecutive start. 11.9 points, 4.1 rebounds. Ethan Price at one of the forward spots with 10.4 points and 6 rebounds a game. Lawan Watts, 11.6 points and 8.4 rebounds per game. And Dane Erikstrup rounds out the starting five at 13.7 points and 4.6 rebounds per game. One more timeout. We'll back with the opening tip after this.
Whether you root for the Zags or the Cougs, now's your chance to play for your favorite team. It's the Winning Colors Challenge at Northern Quest. Simply pick up your special Gonzaga or WSU Camas Rewards card now through November 30th and play as usual. Whichever fan base earns the most Camas points wins $10,000 for their program. Become a card-carrying Zags or Cougs fan during the Winning Colors Challenge only at Northern Quest.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the WSU campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with the addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You'll feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonByHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
G'day, this is Aaron Baines.
Rises up, crushes it.
You're listening to Cougar Basketball. Go Cougs.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Basketball and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been here to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
All right, they're just finishing announcing the starting lineup for the SMU Mustangs here at Acrisure Arena. SMU in their blue jerseys with red lettering and numbers, and they're just getting ready to announce the starting five for the Cougs, who we gave you just before the break there. Again, second ever meeting between these two schools. The last time was 3 years ago in the NIT second round when the Cougs came away with a 75-63 win. But Craig, SMU's a pretty big team in their starting five. They're going 7-2, 6-11, and 6-7 on the front. But the Cougs kind of counter that by spreading you out on defense, and those bigs can't camp out in the key.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Coach Riley said. Ethan and Dane will both be out along the perimeter and hopefully pull those guys out from the rim. And if we make those shots, they're definitely going to have to come out and contest them. And then that's going to open up the drives for Nate.
Yeah, no doubt. WSU really doing a nice job offensively of sharing the basketball lately. They had 24 assists in the win against Eastern at the Spokane Arena on Thursday, and then 22 assists last night against Fresno. They are now 6-0 this season when they dish out 15 assists or more. So a little something to watch again here, how they continue to rotate the ball. It doesn't ever stick.
Yeah, no, and I love the movement on offense. There's great backdoor cuts, and you got guys that can. Lawan had a heck of a pass out of the post last night that kind of wrapped around two defenders. So we're very capable, and the offense gives them a lot of things to do. if we hit shots from the outside, the paint will be something that Coach Riley wants to win, and they've done a good job at winning that.
Yeah, WSU, we mentioned a pretty good shooting team so far this year, right? They're 49.4% from the field on the season, but inside the arc, 60.7% on the season. 61% almost is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, and most of that is Nate going to the rim and finishing. And then Lawan, I mean, he's not a good percentage at three-point shooting.
Right.
He's only like at 18%, but, I mean, if he gets into the paint, if a smaller player's on him, he'll abuse them. And if a bigger guy's on him, he actually goes around them. So we just have so many good options, and the offense is like continuity from one side of the floor to the other, and that makes the defense work, and it opens up a lot of things.
Yeah, Lawan Watts is built like a strong safety, maybe. I'm sure Jake Dickert has wondered why he's not on his football team. So it'll be Ethan Price in the center circle to jump it up against 7'2" Samet Yigatolu. The Cougs in their whites will be working from right to left on your radio dial to start this game and try to get to 7-1 on the season and win this 4-team Acrisure Holiday Invitational by beating Andy Enfield and the SMU Mustangs. All right. The scorers table has got holding a hand up saying 1 minute here. They're going to try to wait for a TV timeout to finish. And now the referee will step into the center circle, and here is your opening tip. Controlled by Ethan Price and the Cougs, and we are underway here in Palm Desert, California. Nate Calmise across the timeline as the Cougs look to work early in their offense. Off a screen from Price, gets to the free throw line. Now outside to Price, who puts it on the deck. Handoff to Isaiah Watts, back in the post to Price. Skip pass over the top to Calmise for three, just rattles out. Yigatolu with his first rebound of the game. But good look for Calmise, though.
I was going to say, the offense got a good shot. Ethan got doubled in the post and found Nate.
And here's Matt Cross on the left wing. Up top to Yigatolu. And now Traore over to B.J. Edwards. Now Boopy Miller. Lob pass to Yigatolu off the rim. Batted around. Nobody can control it. It's going to be off Ethan Price's hands. They tried to lob it up. It was a little too strong off his fingertips. Hit the left side of the rim and then carry him down. And about three people scrambled for it. It's out of bounds off of Price. Underneath out of bounds for SMU. Lob it into Yigatolu. He puts up a shot. It's too strong. Cross there for the rebound. That won't go. And that's balls off of Lawan Watts. So Cougs having trouble blocking out against the big front line of SMU here in the early going.
Yeah, they're crashing the offensive boards, and we go to a zone on the underneath out of bounds, so we're not really getting anybody blocked out.
All right, pass into Yigatolu. He's going to try to back down on the much shorter Lawan Watts. Skip pass over to Edwards. Tries to shake past Eric Strupp. Now works off a screen. 8 on the shot clock. Edwards outside, Boopy Miller. Up fake. Baseline jumper from about 17. No good. And another offensive rebound. This time, Matt Cross. That's 3 or 4 offensive rebounds here already. Edwards into the paint. Floater won't go. Finally, the Cougs get a rebound. Isaiah Watts has it, and he'll bring it the other way. Pass over to Ethan Price on the left side. Skip pass over to Calmise. He's going to look for 3 again. That one is well short. And Lawan tried to say, oh boy, Lawan Watts just took out 3 rows of seats and maybe about 25 chairs in all as he crashed into they must be connected the way they all went down like dominoes.
But he definitely went for the save, and you don't want that big fella hitting you like he hit the chairs.
Well, kudos to Lawan for scrambling for that loose ball, but it's off him, out of bounds. Cougs 0 for 2 from the floor. Both Calmise missed 3-pointers. Again, trying to work early into the offense for Yigatolu, and he threw it well out of bounds. Matt Cross is 6'7". If he was 7'7", I'm not sure he could have caught that one.
I agree.
That one about 4 rows deep in the bleachers. So first turnover on SMU, and the Cougs will still look for the first points of the ball game here in the early going. We've played just under 2 minutes here in Palm Desert. Lawan Watts, handoff to Isaiah Watts. Now, Ethan Price thought about a left wing 3. And up top to Dane Erickstrup. They're looking inside for Lawan. catches, now kicks out to Isaiah Watts. Three's on the way, a little bit too strong. And Yigatolu with another rebound, his second.
Yeah, Lawan actually had a smaller guard on him. Booby was on him, and we couldn't get him the ball at the right time. And when we did, he did the right thing. He got double-teamed and kicked it out.
Boopy Miller puts up a floater over Dane. Ethan Price can't snag it, and it's out of bounds off the Cougs again. Ethan's trying to say it hit Boopy Miller as he was standing out of bounds. The refs say no. Ethan was in good rebounding position. He just couldn't bring it in. Another lob pass into Yigatolu. He tried to go a one-handed over-the-shoulder pass from big to Traore, but it's off a shoulder of a Cougar defender and out of bounds again. So the loose balls here in the early going, not really going WSU's way.
No, the defense is there, and we're making them make tough passes, but we just can't get the ball to go to our hands.
All right, here comes a double team on Yigatolu. I thought he got away with a travel. Now Lawan Watts blocks his shot. Here comes Isaiah Watts the other way. 3-on-2 if he pushes. He's going to drive and now back it out. Here's Ethan Price. Handoff to Calmise. Now off the screen from Price. Tries to get inside on cross. He's got to find somebody. Kick up top to Isaiah Watts. Cougs have yet to attempt a two-point shot. Lawan Watts over to Nate Calmise. He'll try again from three, and that's off the mark. He's 0 for 3. Cougs 0 for 4 from the field, all of them coming from beyond the arc.
Yeah, Nate has to shoot that because he's been open and they're dropping off on him.
B.J. Edwards drives the lane. That won't go. This time it's got to be off of Edwards and out of bounds. The loose ball finally goes the Cougs' way. We played 3 minutes and 13 seconds and nobody's scored yet. SMU 0 for 7 from the field. The Cougs 0 for 4.
Yeah, and SMU's 0 for 7 have been really close to the basket, right outside the paint. And the Cougs offensively are making the defense work, but not getting the shots to fall.
Two teams that average in the high 80s have yet to score here. Here's Ethan Price for 3. Let's see if he's got it, and he does. Ethan Price opens the scoring for the Cougs, just as he did the other night.
Yeah, and that time the SMU Mustangs were mismatched and didn't talk on defense, and Cross went out on Ethan, but he was too late.
Here's Cross trying to take Lawan Watts to the hole. Crossover move. That won't go. Finger roll right at the 10, and it rattles out. Here's Lawan Watts up to Isaiah Watts. Now to Nate Calmise coming down the lane. Floater rattles out. 3 people scrambling for it. Cross throws Okafor to the ground. We got a jump ball. It's going to be SMU's. And Okafor had just checked in the ball game, the last dead ball timeout. Here comes Case Wynot in for Nate Calmise. So,
wait, are they? It's SMU, right? We were lining up like
we were going to inbound it. Instead, the Cougs show some full court pressure here. Man-to-man look. We've now played 4 minutes here in Palm Desert, and it's 3-0 Washington State. Traore over to Edwards, being guarded by Case Wynot. Boopy Miller wants to take Ethan Price. Pass over to Traore. Now here's Cross. Down the lane, lost it for a second. Outside Traore, the Frenchman for 3. That won't go. Ball tapped out toward midcourt. Case Wynot's got it and finds Isaiah Watts. And now Ethan Price lets go of another 3. That one won't go. And Traore with the rebound for SMU. And Keon Ambrose Hilton into the game for the first time for SMU. We've got a foul, as that'll send Boopy Miller to the line. Is it on Lawan Watts?
Yes.
All right, Lawan Watts with his first personal foul. Cougs lead at 3-0. We've got 15:24 to play here in the first half. We're back more right after this.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Whenever I see somebody purchasing something with their WSU card, I always like to give them a go Cougs. It brings me back to when I was in Pullman.
From the rolling hills of the Palouse to keys jingling before every kickoff, there's something special about being a Coug. That's why BECU created the WSU credit and debit cards. It's just one more way to show pride for a place we all call home. Grab your WSU card today. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Call 800-233-2328 for details about credit costs and terms. Federally insured by NCUA. Member compensated for participation.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 22 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and four-wheel drive to grip every twist and every turn. Come rain, slick, sleet, or snow, leaves, mud, gravel, or sharp turns. Tackle the trails in the nimble RAV4. Drive steady in the all-hybrid Camry with all-wheel drive available on every trim. Or turn up the traction in the beefed-up Tundra with available four-wheel drive. Find those wheels at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, welcome back to Acrisure Arena here in Palm Desert, California. Derek Dyson, Craig Elo with you. And, Eggs, this was not the start we were expecting from two teams that average in the high 80s for points.
Yeah, to be 3-0 in favor of the Cougs with first media timeout already here. I did not expect the SMU to be 0 for 9 right now, but thank goodness the Coug defense is doing well. And that one possession, though, they got 4 extra possessions on it because the ball was just not going to fall in our way.
0 for 9 from the field, but 0 for 8 from inside the three-point arc. So they've missed some shots from close range. The Cougs, meanwhile, are 1 for 7 overall, 1 for 6 from three-point range. The only shot they've attempted from inside the arc is a floater from Nate Calmese. Ethan Price still with the only points in this ball game on a 3 from the left wing.
And look at this, Derek. They have 4 offensive boards already, 6, and we're a good rebounding team. We are +9, and the SMU definitely is a good rebounding team, too, at 40 rebounds a game.
Well, we talked about their starting front line, 7'2", 6'11", and 6'7", and now into the ballgame is 6'9", Keon Ambrose Hilton, who comes in for Samet Yigitolu. Boopy Miller misses the first half of his 2 shots, and SMU still not on the scoreboard, but Boopy, at 81.5% free throw shooter, makes the second, and it's now 3-1. So with Nate Calmese on the bench, Isaiah Watts brings it across the timeline for WSU. Now over to Ethan Price to Lawan Watts, left wing, looking for Okafor in the post, can't find him. Why not? Came off a curl, and they couldn't find him either. Lawan Watts knocks across to the deck, then finds Okafor. First shot won't go. Gets his own rebound. Up fakes once, twice, and the bucket is good. ND Okafor. Instant offense, I guess, off the bench for the big man. 3 from the corner for Edwards. That goes. And now things are starting to loosen up here, I guess, a little bit. WSU with a 5-4 lead. Or are they saying that's a 2-point shot? They only put 3 points up on the board, and Miller had the free throw earlier. So Price hands off to Why Not. Thought about another 3. Now gets into the paint. Ethan finds Okafor, goes up strong, and he gets fouled on his way up to the basket. What a nice pass from Ethan, big to big, in the post.
Yeah, at 6'11", I mean, this kid, Ethan Price, is very skilled, and he can put the ball on the floor, the deck, and make the outside shot. And right there, he did a nice little head and shoulders fake to make the defender go one way, and he went the other way. And then the ND's guy came over, and, he gave a nice little dime to ND.
ND rattles the first one home. He is a 52.6% free throw shooter on the season. One of those rare players that averages a better percentage from the field than the free throw line. You and I were talking about Shaquille O'Neal and Chris Dudley at the shoot-around earlier today. 2 guys that had a tough time from the charity stripe. Second one for ND. That's off the back of the rim, no good. So he's 1 for 2, right about at his season average. 6'4" Cougs here in the early going. We've played 5.5 minutes. Yigitolu back in the ball game for SMU, and checking in for the first time is Chuck Harris as well. Edwards gets in the paint, lob pass into Yigitolu. He goes up over Okafor for his first bucket of the ball game. And what do we got here?
Oh, Lawan.
Uh-oh. Lawan Watts looks like he's hurt. Or maybe an ankle.
Rolled it there. I didn't see it. It was like...
the referees stopped the game immediately. They saw it right away. That's not good because so much of the Cougar offense runs through Lawan Watts. Nate Calmese checks back into the ballgame. The trainer is checking him out on the bench here right now. 6-6 now is the score. We played just about 6 minutes. Off a back cut, Calmese puts up a wild floater over the big fella. That won't go. And here comes Edwards quickly the other way. Now trying to back down Calmese. Gets a screen from Yigitolu. Now kick to the corner for 3. That's Traore. That won't go. And Isaiah Watt saves it under his own basket, but it goes right to Calmise, fortunately for the Cougs.
Yep,
Here's why not.
First rule of basketball.
Yep.
Don't save the basketball. It's your own basket.
Over to Calmise. Whips a pass into the baseline to Okafor. Outside to Isaiah Watts. Now gets a screen from Ethan Price, slips it. They didn't find him cutting. Okafor rises for a 17-footer, hits the rim once and twice, but won't go. And we've got a loose ball foul underneath. Looks like it's going to stay Cougar possession. I think the call's on Chuck Harris. Looked like the ref signaled number 3.
And he was actually guarding Ethan Price, so the mismatch, he was pushing Ethan out after he was going to get the offensive board on Indy's mess.
All right, Dane Erikstrup and Tomas Throsterson back into the ballgame now for Washington State. Erikstrup trying to back down on cross. Trying to back down on cross. Now here's Ethan Price and Nate Calmise with 10 on the shot clock. The Cougs will reset the offense. Calmise off a screen, kicks corner, Throsterson, let's go for 3, that won't go. Offensive rebound, Dane Erikstrup finds Ethan Price in the paint, rattles home this short one-handed floater. Ethan Price has 5, and the Cougs back in front, 8-6.
And a good offensive possession. We got some good ball screens and soft touches. Got the offensive rebound.
Cross into the post for Igitolu. Spin move on Ethan Price. That won't go. Gets his own rebound on the other side of the rim. And Calmise trying to strip it from behind, but he's going to get called for the reach. That's going to be the first foul on Nate and the second team foul on WSU.
Well, defensively, we're doing a nice job on the 7'2" guy. He's already got a few turnovers, not really being handle the ball right.
Yep. Now we've got Iceland on Turkey as Throsterson deals with Igitolu down low. Into the paint is Edwards. That shot won't go. Offensive rebound. Cross. He just took it right out of Calmise's hands. And now a 3-ball from Okendo. That won't go. Another offensive rebound for Cross, and it goes. So the offensive rebounds killing the Cougs right now as SMU's massive front line is creating some big problems.
Yeah, they're getting those extra possessions. Luckily that they hadn't really capitalized.
Calmise crosses over, finds why not to kicks to Ethan Price for 3. That won't go, but Calmise is there, catches the air ball, and lays it up and in before the big fella can rotate over.
I believe that was a pass by Ethan Price. He can pass the ball.
Well, may have been. Cario Okendo into the ballgame for SMU. If that name sounds familiar, he played for Oregon last year. Actually had 15 points against the Cougs in Pullman. And forcing up a shot there is Edwards. Price tips it to Calmise. Calmise quickly into the front court, trying to push 1-on-2 and will now back things out. Cougs with a 10-8 lead. Here's Throsterson looking inside for Dane Erikstrup. Now over to Case Wynot. And here's Calmise in front of the SMU bench, looking for Erikstrup in the post. Hits him at the short corner. Erikstrup, 2 dribbles, spin around. Nice kiss off the glass. Great touch by the big fella on the jump hook there.
Yeah, he was on the post, and he was going to go the one way, and he went the other on the defender.
SMU lets go for a 3. Okendo gets the rebound, but then dribbles it off his foot. And we've got another media timeout here. Cougs with a 4-point lead here with 11:04 to play in the first half. It is 12-8 Washington State. You're listening to Washington State basketball from Learfield.
Hey, Cougar fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Washington State football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Washington State Cougars. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
Hey everybody, this is Clay Thompson, and you're listening to Washington State basketball.
You may be eager to break ground on a new outdoor project, but never just start digging. Buried electric and natural gas lines can be anywhere. It's the law to call 811 at least 2 business days before you dig. Spray paint white lines showing your dig zone, and a crew will mark the utility lines. Mark accuracy zone is within 2 feet of the mark, so always hand dig to expose the line first. Call 811 before you dig. The service is free for residential customers. Avista, we just want you to be safe.
In sports, they say that practice makes perfect. In the legal arena, the Cooney Law Office's team has been practicing since 1949 and knows the full playbook. Whether you're seeking justice for personal injury, battling DUI or other criminal charges, dealing with divorce or a family crisis, or planning for your future, the Cooney Law team brings a full court press to your case. Visit jcooney.com to see why you deserve Cooney Law. Cooney for Cougs, Cooney for you.
All right, a little Northwest flavor here with Sir Mix-a-Lot over the PA here in Acrisure Arena. The Seattle native, the Cougs, leading this one 12-8 here with 11:04 to play in the first half. It's not been a great shooting performance so far for either team. Cougs shooting 31% on 5 of 16. SMU even worse, 17% on 3 of 18. And Craig, they're just 1 for their last 7 as well.
Yeah, and that's good because defensively we're making the right switches on the handoffs. They talked about the skip pass over the top to the corners, and we've contested those shots. So defensively, yeah, we're doing a nice job of making them take tough shots and contest it.
Here's a real good sign. Lawan Watts back on the floor for WSU. He left the game a few minutes ago with what appeared to be maybe an ankle injury, but he's back here, so obviously not too serious, and that's great news for Washington State.
It is. He's a great he's a double-double guy for us. And
3 double-doubles already this year.
Yep, he can do it almost every night.
All right, Nate Calmese over to Isaiah Watts, left wing. Squares up, now hits Dane Erickstrup, top of the key, over the right wing for Lawan Watts. And now hands to Nate Calmese with 12 on the shot clock. Lawan Watts thought about a 3, puts it on the deck. And trying to take Okendo, up fake, now outside to Erickstrup. Isaiah Watts going to have to let it go, puts up a 8-footer, and it rattles home. Kind of a floater, mid-range jumper all in one, but whatever, it worked. Isaiah puts it down, and the Cougs lead by 6.
Yeah, most of his shots are beyond the arc, but that was good. 2 hard dribbles and a pull-up floater.
And especially with the shot clock running down, he was very wary of the situation. Another skip pass there from Yigatolu over to Boopy Miller. High running arcer off the glass. Degree of difficulty, maybe 9.8 on that one, but it goes for Miller. That's his first field goal. He's got 3 points.
Yeah, that was a one-legged runner and using the glass.
All right, Dane Erickstrup, top of the key. Now over to Lawan Watts, to Isaiah Watts. And Isaiah back up to Lawan. Puts it on the deck and takes Okendo to the hole and draws the foul on Okendo. Lawan Watts forcing the issue there, but I think that call is going to be on the ground, not in the act of shooting.
Yeah, and again, good offensive possession for the Cougs. They start on the left side of the floor, and then when they went to Lawan on the swing pass, Erickson emptied out, and it left Lawan a lane to the rim. And, yeah, Kwando was just I don't think he was trying to take a charge, but he got out of the way of Lawan.
All right, inbounds pass to Lawan Watts in the post. Calmese squares for a 3 from the corner, and he's got it. Nate Calmese up to 5 points now, and the Cougs lead by a touchdown, 17-10 here in the early going.
Yeah, Nate started slow, and but he's going to get his shots up, and if he gets going, he's instant offense.
All right, here's Matt Cross on the left baseline, now trying to back up Erickstrup in the post. Kicks out to the corner for Chuck Harris. Up fake, now at the elbow, up top to Boopy Miller. Here's Okendo, right wing 3, ring it up. Cario Okendo, the one-time Oregon Duck, and before that, Georgia Bulldog, now on his 3rd college at SMU. Erickstrup left open for 3. That's off the back of the rim, no good. Here comes Chuck Harris the other way for SMU. Goes right around Nate Calmese and draws the foul. That's going to be the second on Nate, and the 3rd team foul on Washington State. So, Cougars' best point guard option right now with 2 fouls here with 9 minutes to play in the first half. Going to be interesting to see how David Riley chooses to play this. Will he come in with Parker Garretts? Will he have Isaiah Watts handle some more of the point guard duties? I guess we'll see. Here's Okendo going right to work on Calmese, trying to draw contact there. Okafor bats it around. Loose ball comes down for the Cougs. Here's Calmese coming the other way. 8:51 to play in the first half. Crossover dribble. Crossover again. Now hits Lawan Watts up top. Over to Isaiah Watts. on the right wing. Had a lob pass for Eric Strip, but didn't see him in time. And now Isaiah up top to Lawan. Trying to take Okendo off the drive again. He's going to draw a foul again, this time on the shot. It was Keon Ambrose Hilton coming over and collided with his own man in Okendo. And Ambrose Hilton still on the ground in a good deal of pain here.
Yeah, Lawan used that first step to get by the defender, and then he got the defensive help. And, yeah, he's hurting bad. His ankle is very tender right now.
They did actually call that on Okendo. And not, I beg your pardon, I thought that was 22, but that was actually 20. So that's Jarrell Colbert. He's a junior out of Houston and has played previously at LSU and K-State. So he had just checked into the ball game and now is being helped to the locker room by two different people because he is having a hard time. That's one of those when you go up and crash into somebody midair, you come down awkwardly. You hate that for ankles and knees and whatever else. One-on-one, nobody seemed to realize it. Yeah, no, there should be two shots.
Two shots, yeah.
The Cougs stayed still. SMU all went after the rebound. Lawan missed the first one there, and will have a chance to make amends here on a second attempt. He's 84% for the season, and that one is good. That's his first point of the ball game. He had 14 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists last night against Fresno State. Was really, really good. All right, Boopy Miller calling out the instructions for his offense. 8:20 to play. Got contact from Lawan Watts. Caught it in the midair, but then it's tipped home by Johan Traore. He lost it midair, caught it. Here's Why Not for 3 at the other end. That won't go. Would have loved to see that go down for Case. And here comes Chuck Harris the other way for SMU. Inside, Why Not battling in the post, knocked it away, and up with it is Traore, no good, gets his own rebound, puts it up with the left hand, good. So back-to-back buckets here for Johan Traore, and SMU's within a point of WSU, 18-17.
And he was actually triple-teamed on the post, and all 3 Cougs fall down, and then he cleans up his own mess.
All right, Lawan Watts over to Dane Erikstrup. Fakes the handoff, then tries to drive on Traore. SMU fans wanted to travel, don't get it. Here's Case Why Not with 8 on the shot clock. Now Calmese. Wonder if he sees the shot clock. It's down to 4. Off a screen from Erikstrup. Let's go of a long 3. It goes. Nate Calmese gestures over to his bench like, hey, I had it the whole time, coach.
Yeah, no question. I mean, he did. When he caught the ball in the wing, it was 7 seconds. He did not know, but when he took the dribble, the bench was yelling at him, and he saw it just in time.
So 21-17, the Cougs on top by 4, 7:20 to play first half. We'll take a timeout. Be back with more right after this.
Get your home turf ready to play with the game-changing performance of Steel. Enjoy big savings this fall on Steel handheld outdoor power equipment. Find yours at over 10,000 local Steel dealers. Steel is a proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars. Real Steel. Find yours.
Bro, you go hard for the WSU Cougs.
What do you mean?
You're literally wearing a Coug jersey that you bought from the Coug store with your Coug debit card. And you don't stop talking about how every time you use your card, GISA donates to the Cougar Athletic Fund.
I guess I do go pretty hard for my Cougs.
If you go hard for your Cougs, get your WSU card today at GISA.com. Go Cougs!
Whether you root for the Zags or the Cougs, now's your chance to play for your favorite team. It's the Winning Colors Challenge at Northern Quest. Simply pick up your special Gonzaga or WSU Camas Rewards card now through November 30th and play as usual. Whichever fan base earns the most Camas points wins $10,000 for their program. Become a card-carrying Zags or Cougs fan during the Winning Colors Challenge only at Northern Quest.
All right, welcome back to Acrisure Arena. We've got 7:20 to play here in the first half, and the Cougs lead at 21-17. Both teams got off to a very slow shooting start, but have picked it up here in recent times. And Craig, you just pointed out maybe the best stat that you've seen so far in this ballgame.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 7:20 left in the first half, and we have 0 turnovers. And I like the pace of the play on the offense. We're not forcing things, and we're actually running some good sets. And, yeah, we just need need to get the ball to start falling.
Yep, maybe the biggest problem so far is 9 offensive rebounds for SMU, giving them extra possessions here in the early going.
And like I said, we're a good rebounding team, +9 against our opponents, and SMU killing us right now on the boards with 19 total, but those 9 offensive boards, that can come back and haunt you.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right. On the court here for SMU as we come back from the break is Boopy Miller, Cario Okendo, Chuck Harris, Matt Cross, and Johan Traore for the Cougs. It'll be Isaiah Watts, Lawan Watts, Case Wynot, ND Okafor, and Ethan Price. Cougs going to show full court press here again as we get ready to return to play. Inbound to Boopy Miller. Being guarded by Isaiah Watts. He's across the timeline. And over to the right wing for Okendo. Trying to take Lawan Watts off the dribble. Kicks it out to Miller. Miller now into the center circle. Lost the ball going up. Isaiah did a great job holding his ground. Ethan Price gets it up court to Lawan Watts. Now Case Wynot with it. Back over to Ethan now on the left wing. He says, get out of here and let's set things up. Now over to Isaiah and now Lawan Watts. Now Case Wynot. 12 on the shot clock for the freshman. Skip pass over to Ethan Price. Nowhere to go. Nice wraparound pass inside to Okafor. Turnaround jumper. Misses. And Boopy Miller corrals the loose ball and gets it into the front court. Okendo, let's go for a 3. That's off the mark. Lawan Watts with another rebound for Washington State, and quickly back the other way. Over to Case Wynot. Thought about a 3. Gets around Cross. Goes up. No, we'll kick it out to Isaiah Watts for 3. That's short. Wynot maybe should have gone up for that one there. Hustling back on defense is Isaiah Watts to intercept the pass. And as he was falling out of bounds, he threw it off of Chuck Harris. Heads up play there by Isaiah.
And not only did Isaiah hustle back, he was the 3-point shooter, right. And that's what you teach your guys defensively is if you shoot the 3, you're the first defender back.
All right, Nate Calmese back into the ball game for Lawan Watts. David Riley having some choice words with Lawan over on the sidelines there. I'm not sure what about. Very animated, though, in his gestures to his player. All right, here's Nate Calmese with 13 on the shot clock. Under 6 minutes of play now. Double high screens and gets it into Ethan Price. Elbow jumper, that won't go. ND Okafor battles for the rebound, now double team. Oh, he pivoted and then put the ball on the deck to try to get out of that double team, but they say he traveled first. Okay. Not sure I agree.
Who was it? Edwards actually came back and was trying to dig the ball, and it looked like ND got out of the double team, but you used an extra step.
All right, here's Chuck Harris for SMU off a screen from Matt Cross. It's tipped by Calmese, saves it to Ethan Price, back to Calmese, now goes up above 2 defenders, no good. Price can't get the tip. Yigatolu gets it, long pass ahead to Okendo, right-hand layup is good. What a crazy sequence there. 5 points for Okendo, and it could have been a 6-point lead for WSU. Instead, it's down to 2 on kind of a 4-point swing there. Isaiah Watts off a screen from Okafor, now out to Ethan Price, directing traffic for the Cougs once again. Isaiah now hands off to Ethan Price. Let's go over wing 3. That's short. Cougs been short on a lot of these. Oh, and Yigatolu has it knocked away. Went to the deck. No travel called. Case Wynot with a heads-up play there. Okendo into the corner. Cross for 3. That's no good. Okafor banged around, but gets the rebound. Some back and forth play here between the Mustangs and the Cougars. Calmese into the paint, puts up a runner over Yigatolu. That won't go. Cross with the rebound. Calmese tips it and gets the steal in the backcourt. Now skip pass over to Case Wynot. He lets go for a 3 and it's good. The freshman from Lapwai High School with a big 3-point bucket, and that puts the Cougs up by 5 at 24-19. We've got a timeout on the floor. I didn't see, Craig. Was it a full or a 30?
Coach Riley called a 30.
Well, that's a great sign. Case Wynot has been seeing increased minutes. 38 minutes he's played in the last 4 games. He didn't score last night, but he had 4 rebounds and 2 assists. He's been very active on the defensive end, knocking some balls away. Nice to see that freshman get rewarded with a 3 as well.
And that was a question mark about Case. Could he guard at this speed or this level? And I think the first few games that we've seen him play, he's trying to prove himself in doing that, and he's really a hard gun. I mean, this kid had a great high school career and put points on the board for Lapwai. So, yeah, having him knock down his first 3 of the season, it's going to help him confidence-wise.
The all-time leading scorer in Idaho high school history. If you have a chance, go online and just search his name, and the highlights are ridiculous of what he was able to do for Lapwai. A small school in Idaho, but they still last year played big schools like Lewiston, which was a 5A school, and beat them largely because of Case Wynot.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we're lucky that we keep, the local kids, which Idaho is definitely local, are close to WSU. So I think he's something that could be a really big weapon for Coach Riley, bringing him off the bench.
And it was a really interesting story with Wynot because he was originally committed to Utah State under Danny Sprinkle. Coach Sprinkle got the UW job and chose not to offer him a scholarship with the Huskies. And that's when David Riley swooped in and said, son, why don't you come on over to Pullman? Yep. You will be only, 35, 40 minutes away from home. And I think it all worked out perfectly in the end.
Yeah, he looks a lot better in crimson and gray than that whatever that color is over there, purple and gold.
All right, Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. To join the program, visit WSUCougars.com/Toyota Rewards. Now, Cougar fans can score big. Download the McDonald's app today and earn free food with every purchase and score a 20-piece Chicken McNuggets and 2 medium fries for only $11.99 every Cougs basketball game day.
So here on the stats that we get from the official scores table or whatever, just a few seconds ago, 7 minutes, we were 5 of 7 in our last field goals.
Yeah.
Now we're 1 of 8, but the good thing is, being 1 of 8, the Mustangs are also have 4 turnovers in this last 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's been really up and down without a lot of scoring, though, just kind of back and forth.
Well, that play that Nate saved, he stole it. He deflected the pass to the wing, and then threw it back to Ethan, and then he took off. And, yeah, that's the pace. I mean, Ethan gave him a great dime. We missed it. Nate missed the layup, and Ethan missed the follow-up. But, yeah, they came right back. The Mustangs did with Kendo getting a layup.
Cougs have done a good job on Boopy Miller so far. Averages 17 a game. He's got just 3. They go inside to Yigatolu. Now trying to skip pass over to Okendo on the baseline. Now kicks it outside to Edwards, who goes up over Okafor and gets it to go. B.J. Edwards with his second bucket of the ball game. It's 24-21. Cougs in front here by 3. Nate Calmese calling out his instructions for the offense. Comes off a screen from Wynot, and then Okafor. Ball tipped. And Boopy Miller comes up with a steal. He's got a 2-on-1. He hits Edwards and is rejected by Okafor. Up fake by Cross on the loose ball, tipped around.
On the rim.
Oh, and they're going to say yes. Yigatolu with an offensive goaltend. How about the hustle, though, from ND Okafor to bat away the initial shot attempt